Close that door. Gavin Smith, he's muted anyway.
Sean, your mic is on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Members, sir, just as the chair here, just to let you know, I'm having a few technical difficulties, so if you just bear with us, we're going to try and get it sorted. Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I think we're going to now start now. We've just had a few technical hiccups, so we're still sort of working at them, but we'll try and proceed on as best we can. Okay, I'd like to just welcome you all to the December's meeting of the Planning Committee for Derry City and Strabane District Council. I'm going to ask Maura, please, would you read the notice and summaries of the meetings and take any apologies, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you're hereby summoned to attend the meeting of the Planning Committee, which is a socially distanced meeting to be conducted remotely. Sorry, it's not socially distanced, it's to be conducted remotely this time on Wednesday, the 1st December 2021. Thank you. Alderman Alan Breslin. Alderman Alan Breslin. No, I'll come back. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Hi, Maura. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Keith. Alderman Hilary McClintock.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Hilary. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Jason. Councillor John Boyle.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Hi, John. Councillor Angela Dobbins. And come back. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
I'm sure, Maura.
You, Paul. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
And Shaw.
Thanks, Christopher. Councillor Dan Kelly.
And Shaw, Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Patricia Logue.
And Shaw.
Thanks, Patricia. And Councillor Kieran Maguire.
Sure, Maura.
Thanks, Kieran. Councillor Philip McKinney.
Maura.
And Councillor Sean Mooney.
Here, Maura.
Thanks, Sean. Just go back, I'll call again. Alderman Alan Breslin. No. I haven't any apologies either.
Maura, please record apologies. Alan was
Yes.
being sent. We're just trying to find out what's up here. Maybe it's bad connection. So hopefully
Okay.
it will be. But record apologies just in case. Thank you, Maura.
No problem, thank you. And Councillor Angela Dobbins. No. Okay. That's the roll call. Chair, thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Maura. Okay, I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeat viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to be filmed and to the use of storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the minute and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. And also a copy of the council privacy notice may be found on the council website www.derrystrabane.com. Okay, do we have any declarations of members' interest?
Here, Kieran Maguire here, number 9.
Yes, Kieran, I'm aware of that. Thank you very much for that. Yep, no worries. Okay, moving on, chairperson's business. There was a few late items came in and I'm going to ask Maura to speak on them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you'll have seen circulated today a number of late items, and I just want to outline the various items that it relates to and the cases involved. Item number 2 has a late item, an email from the Barry O'Neill, an objector, and that information has been passed to you. Item number 3 relates to the Kelly Lane Road, and that's for social housing. That was an email sent from the agent with a considerable amount of information, including our amendment to the location map and red line. Members, as a result of the submission of this information, have to advise that officers will require a re-advertisement and reconsultation, and therefore in this instance we're not in a position to present the actual application to yourselves today, as we would have to follow due process before a decision could be made. In regards to item 5, members will be aware that we have an application for the ex-Tilly & Henderson factory site. In that particular case, we have an email from a David Campbell from the Martin Group, shared a Dropbox, which is a brochure in regards to the proposed development. Also a letter from PS Projects and a petition of support from a Mary White, and that was received on the 30th of the 11th. Okay, so further to that, then on item 8 on the agenda, members, we have some information as well, an email from an Evelyn Sproul, a non-committal letter, but also only yesterday, members, we've received revised set of plans, and with that information, officers have no option but to reconsider the information submitted and to reconsult, and therefore once again we wouldn't be in a position to present the information, because present the application as the information that we've received means that we have to follow due process. So we'll have to remove, I would be recommending we remove that also from the schedule. So that's item 8. But all that information, members, has been sent to you already. And there's also a small item of late information for an item on confidential later on in the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Maura. Okay, have we any, sorry, I'll just give you the running order now for today then. The running order for today will be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 9. Are there any questions on that? Okay, right. Matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 3rd of November, 2021. Are there any matters arising, members? Okay, I take it there's no matters arising. On to item 7, the MAG review report on further key sites, and I'm going to ask Maura to come in again, please, and take it through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is a report basically making a request for further options to consider a MAG review on 2 further urban development sites in the city. In the paper, you'll note that previous to this particular paper, we had also discussed with yourselves 2 sites, which was the Tully and Henderson redevelopment site and John Street in Derry. And obviously we've got that application on the schedule today. I suppose as an update, officers and the customers involved in regards to both these cases felt that the process was very helpful and assisted in evolving the design and dealing with issues that emerged during the process. So with that in mind, a few applications and a few cases that we're currently dealing with, we feel would benefit from the same process. I've outlined the 2 sites in your report here. One is a vacant site to the rear of Victoria Hall in Spencer Road. And the second is an application adjoining Carlisle House, which adjoins Fountain Street and Hawkins Street. And both those instances, senior officers have indicated to me, and I would agree, that they would benefit from some design advice given the scale nature of those particular sites. So once again, members, you can see I've outlined the process that we carried out before, and in terms of the number of people involved and the access to meetings and the extent of the actual process. So other than that, Chair, happy to take questions. And hopefully I've clarified that properly. Thank you.
John Boyle, I see you in the chat box. Councillor Boyle, do you wish to speak on the matter?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No questions. It certainly makes sense, and I'm happy to propose that we proceed as recommended in the paper by the head of planning. So that's a proposal to proceed as recommended.
Members, are we all in agreement, or do we have any objectors from the floor? Thank you for that, Sean. Okay, we'll take it as read. Yep, that's accepted. Thank you. Thank you for that, more as well. I'll move into applications for a list of recommendation for decision. I would ask, just bear with us 1 second, please. I'm going to ask Philip to speak on the amendment to the Planning Committee protocol. Philip, sorry for missing you out there.
Well, thank you, Chair. Members, this follows on from the Heartland's judgment, members, and it is a very simple and straightforward paper, which simply will suspend those parts of the current protocol which would in any way suggest that a member would be prohibited from voting in relation to any particular matter. Members will operate then on the basis that officers will advise, and members can then make an informed decision as to whether or not they vote in relation to a matter based on the advice which they receive from officers. Simple recommendation, therefore, members, that you agree to that particular suspension.
Do we have any objections to this from the floor? Any speakers?
Chair, could I come in? It's Dan here.
Certainly, Dan, go ahead there, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I have no issue with the recommendation and the suspension as outlined in the recommendation of the report, Chair. But I would like to know where council is left if, for example, I mean, it was a sort of a mandatory instruction previously. It's now a sort of advisory instruction to members not to vote. Where is council then if, having received I suppose advisory note to not vote, if a member chooses to vote, does that have any implications going forward?
You come in on that, please.
Yeah, Chair, Councillor Kelly, that issue was actually specifically addressed in the Heartland's judgment, where it was acknowledged that were an elected member to act contrary to officer advice in relation to that matter, then there is the potential that a member, by voting in relation to a matter, could leave the council vulnerable to challenge. And indeed, were they to do so in an extreme case, could potentially leave themselves vulnerable to surcharge as well. But obviously, I mean, Councillor Kenny, we will provide as much advice in relation to these matters as we possibly can. But members have always been asked and urged to err on the side of caution in relation to such matters whenever it came to the Planning Committee. But the judge was equally clear that whilst there might be good reason why there might be a reason why a member shouldn't vote in relation to the matter, it's simply officers do not have the power, nor indeed elected members through their own self-denying ordinance, if you like, which is what effectively we had in place, that members did not have the power through their own resolution to prohibit a member from voting, and officers clearly then would not have that power either. So yeah, I mean, it is an issue, Councillor Kelly, but we are where we are.
No, thanks, Chair. I appreciate that. And look, I'm happy to, if the recommendation needs to be proposed, I'm happy to propose it.
You for that, Dan. Have we any objectors from the floor, or anyone else wish to speak on it? John, thank you for seconding that. Okay, I'll take it as read that has gone through. Before we move into the planning applications and this recommendation for decision, could I ask those that are not actually speaking to switch their mics off and also switch their cameras off, please? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 1, application 1, which is LA 1120210223F, and Malky's going to take us through that, and we have a speaker, which is Mr. Sean Moore, agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is L11-2021-0223F. It's a full planning application. The description is for a sympathetic conversion of an extension to existing store to form new domestic dwelling to meet family demands, and it's located at land to the rear of 51 Ballygordon Road, Eglinton. The recommendation is to refuse. The site is located to the rear of 51 Ballygordon Road, Eglinton, which is a single-storey property, which can be seen in the photograph on the right hand side. The site is currently a hardcore area. The actual building on the site is a store dating back to perhaps the 1980s, 1990s in terms of style and design. As you'll see from the existing site plan, the proposal is to pretty much retain the building as it is and extend it. And on the right hand side you'll see the existing plans of the building, which is a store, ground floor, and again it has a porch area and a stairs as well, leading to a first floor accommodation. And again, here's the elevations of the proposed building to be converted. The attached images show the proposed extensions to bring it up to the standard of a residential dwelling. It will provide the normal living accommodation you'd associate with a dwelling on ground floor, such as kitchen, bedrooms, and bedrooms at first floor level. In terms of policy framework, the relevant policies are the area plan, SPPS, and particularly PPS 21. In terms of representations, we have no representations. We've consulted a number of bodies, but no objections have been raised in relation to the proposal. This is the existing building. As I say, that it's a single-story store building with a PVC front door, windows, and has a chimney breast and an internal staircase. It's in a poor state of repair, and the site itself is also in a poor state in terms of its surroundings. So here's some more images of the existing store showing the porch area, which is at the front, is a timber porch area to the front. And again, here's images taken from the Ballygun Road and the adjacent road up, showing the side elevation of the dwelling to be proposed to be converted. The proposal falls to be considered under CTY 4 of PPS 21, which deals specifically with conversion and reuse of buildings. CTY 4 advises planning permission will be granted for proposals for simplified conversion with adaptation if necessary of a suitable building for a variety of alternative uses, including the use as a single dwelling, where it would secure its upkeep and retention. In terms of policy, PPS 21 also has to take recognition of SPPS. SPPS introduces change policy direction, clarification written to CTY 4, stating that the existing building to be converted must be a locally important building, such as a former schoolhouse, church, or older traditional barn or outbuilding. Where the SPPS introduces policy provision not stated in the retained planning policies, width must be given to the SPPS. So therefore, the critical test in terms of officer's recommendation in this case is whether the proposed building is a locally important building. Our assessment of the building itself is not a locally important building. It doesn't have any features that are consistent for the type of buildings that are listed within the SPPS. It's a store dating probably back maybe 20-30 years with no sort of redeeming historical, architectural merits, and it doesn't appear to have any sort of local significance within the landscape or in terms of architecture history. Therefore, we're recommending that the proposal is contrary to CTY 1 of PPS 21, as there's been no overriding reason why the development is essential in their location, and it's also contrary to the SPPS paragraph 6.73 in that the existing structure would not be deemed a locally important building, and we also consider that the proposed extensions are not sympathetic to the scale and mass of the existing building. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Malachy. We don't have any objections to speak. We do have speaker, Mr. Muir, in favour of the applicant. Mr. Muir, you've got 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to go through a few points on my written statement. The SPPS for Northern Ireland was meant to be reviewed within 5 years of when it was published in September 2015. So this should have been reviewed last September, and it hasn't been reviewed. And if it is reviewed, and changes may still take place that would let this application through. It also states in SPPS NI, it should not be read as a full explanation. Neither does it seek to restate current policy or guidance that is expressed elsewhere, i.e. policy CTY4, which this application meets. It states in the SPPS that the existing suite of planning policy statements, i.e. PPS 21, and remaining provisions of a planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland will be cancelled when all 11 councils have adopted a new strategy for the whole of their council area. According to my research, all 11 councils haven't done this yet. Maybe Malachi can correct me on that. After that, it states a transitional period will operate until such times as plan strategy for the whole of the council area has been adopted. During the transitional period, planning authorities will apply existing policy, i.e. CTY4, contained within the documents. So my reading and understanding of that is until this is fully adopted, the SPPS for Northern Ireland, the planning officers should be reading this new policy along with the older policy. I might be corrected on this, but according to my research, as I said, there's all 11 councils haven't adopted this yet. The other thing is that this site has stood there for, the existing building stood there for 40 years now. It's an eyesore in the community. Its surrounding grounds are an eyesore. That place will still stand in another 40 years unless it's adopted by my client, whose father lives next door, and turned into a dwelling, and the gardens are made nice. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muir, for that. Are there any questions for Mr. Muir from the floor? Hear anybody? I don't see anything in the chat box. Have we any questions for Malachi? And I believe, Malachi, there's a question that, sorry, I do apologise, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to welcome Mr. Muir to the meeting. It was unfortunate that we couldn't get speaking to him at the last meeting, but it's my recollection at the last meeting when there was a speaking note read out to the committee that there was an indication that the existing building was in existence for much longer than the 40 years, which is that had been suggested there now. I just wonder, could Mr. Muir pick up on that?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. The dwelling at the front on Ballygooden Road was built the same time as a shed on the back. That shed was knocked down in I think it was early 1980s, and that new structure was put up on the same footprint. So there's always been a building on the back of that site as a shed.
Has anyone any further questions for Mr. Muir? Does that answer your question, Councillor Jackson?
Yes, it does. No, thank you.
Okay, have we any questions for the officer from Malachi, please? Alderman McClintock?
There. It's just, I wonder, could Malachi comment? Mr. Muir mentioned the transitional arrangements. And could you just clarify for us, Malachi, where that stands and what weight is given to the SPPS and the transitional arrangements? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Contick. Yes, the transitional arrangements are set out within the strategic plan policy statement for Northern Ireland, specifically dealing with the issues that may arise as we move from towards the new local development plans, which you may be aware of. So what the SPPS is saying is that the SPPS provides policy consideration along with the retained plan and policy statements, which are the PPSs as we refer to them, and in this case the most relevant one is the Plan and Policy Statement 21. So until we have a fully adopted LDP for our area, Derry City and Strabane Council, we must consider the provisions of the SPPS and PPS 21. And in particular as well, it raises the issue where SPPS has any, I suppose, policy differences from the retained policies, that greater weight should be given to the policies contained within the SPPS. Therefore, that's relevant in this case because the SPPS does have a different policy consideration for conversions, and that's why we refer to the locally important buildings as being the key policy test when considering conversions in the countryside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy. We have a recommendation to refute. Sorry, go ahead, John. Sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. You're moving a wee bit too fast over there. Quick question to Malachy. Malachy, well, there's two elements to the question. First one was this ever a residence in the sense that did anybody ever live in it before? Because it seems a little bit odd that there is a chimney on a building that has been described as a store. And in my mind, I can't imagine why you would have a chimney on a building that's a store. That's it.
Boyle, Malachy, if you want to come in.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Boyle. In terms of planning history, there's actually no planning history relating to the building whatsoever. So there's been no history of planning approval for a dwelling. The applicant and agent has described it as a store. Yes, on the site visit there are some features that, such as a chimney within the building. However, there was no evidence beyond that it's been last used as a dwelling. So we're taking it on face value. That's what's applied for. They're applying for a conversion of a store to a dwelling, and that's the application. It's a full application. So therefore, that's what we're making our recommendation on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the question, John, and thank you, Malachy, for the answer. We have a proposal here on the floor. No, I'm sorry. Bear with 1 second. Who wants to come in? Apologies there, Councillor Kelly. Do you want to come in there, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a question for the officer, just in relation to the description of the types of buildings that could be suitable for conversion. And I was kind of curious to read the officer's report, which was fairly descriptive, or which prescriptive in terms of using the text "must be." And I note from the officer report that the SPPS introduces a change of direction. I found that curious, so I did go and look at the SPPS just to clarify the text, because I hadn't come across that before. I think there's something not marrying up for me in terms of the text in the officer's report and the text I'm reading in the SPPS, because one is, the officer report is very prescriptive. It must be. That language is not used in the SPPS, which offers suggestions around what type of buildings are suitable for conversions, but doesn't actually say that must be one of the examples that are cited in the text. So maybe just to clarify that. And also in terms of the planning history, I'm just maybe if you could say a little bit more around, I find that this sort of brings the opportunity to bring this site under sort of planning control, because at the minute it's as the officer said, there is no planning history on site, and I think it would be useful if we could bring it within the sort of the ambit of planning rather than just having this building sitting there with and as someone said earlier, it could be there for another 40 years. I think looking at the officer's report, that says there's no sort of reason why this building needs to be in, can be in a village or in a settlement, but the building is a permanent construction. It is where it is. So we have to deal with the site where it is rather than sort of suggest, that this needs to go somewhere else. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Yeah, I suppose looking back in the report, officer, when we're considering the SPPS, the line that I use is not a locally important, such as a former schoolhouse, church, or traditional barn. What I was saying, I suppose, earlier in the report is that the locally important building is introduced as a test within the SPPS. This is a test that doesn't exist within CTY4. So it's I suppose if there's a fallback, it's back to there isn't a fallback because of the transitional arrangements, because the transitional arrangements are saying we must give greater width to the requirements within the SPPS, which is saying that a locally important building is what we should be assessing as a building suitable for conversion. In terms of the planning history, there is no planning history on the site, and yes, there is a committed building on the site. I suppose CTY4 is still relevant, although SPPS holds greater width in terms of the assessment. But CTY4 also has a test that it should be necessary for its upkeep and retention. We're saying is that it's not necessary to convert this to dwelling to retain that building for its current use, which is a store. So it can serve some function as it is, in our opinion, in the countryside. And notwithstanding that the applicant may have other options that he may wish to consider under policy, but that's a matter for themselves to consider outside this. But we're considering a conversion and making a recommendation on the policy requirement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachi. Is there any more questions to the officer from the floor? Okay, we have a recommendation on the floor. Does anyone wish to offer a proposal? I don't hear anyone coming in there. So if everybody's in agreement, no, 1 second, please. Everybody give us a chance. Do we have a proposal on the floor to accept the officer's recommendation? Go ahead, Councillor Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking about it there for a minute, really, and I can't think of any reason why we would overturn the officer recommendation. I certainly can't see that, and so therefore, on that basis, I will propose that the recommendation is carried forward as presented to us.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for seconding that. I hear no one coming in here, so if everybody's in agreement with the officer's decision, well, wait.
Chair, I'd like to abstain, Hilary.
Okay, Harry, thank you for that.
Chair, can I come in? I'm having problems with the chat box feature. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Kelly, come in, please.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I don't mean to butt in, but I was having problems with the chat box feature there, and I don't agree with the recommendation.
Thank you for that there, Councillor Kelly. We'll now go to a vote. If you would take a vote, please, for us, Eamon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Breesland.
He's not present yet, Eamon.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Hussey. Sorry, Alderman, didn't get that. Can you vote again?
Against.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
Abstain, Eamon.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
I'll abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Kieran Maguire.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Patricia Logue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Philip McKinney. Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. The result of the vote is 4 for, 6 against, and 3 abstentions. Therefore, that proposal falls.
Proposal failed. Do we have another proposal on the floor, please? If you're having problems in the chat box, want to come in, just please feel free to come in. Thank you.
Chair, can you hear me? I can't get in on the chat box.
No, go ahead. There's not a problem. Go ahead there, Councillor Kelly, please. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I don't accept the officer's recommendation for refusal. The reasons given, I don't support. I think the building, although not a listed building or a building of particular heritage consideration, it's nonetheless, there's a permanent structure there which I do think it lends itself to conversion without any impact, and there has been no objections from the community. In terms of the proposal, I don't accept the presentation of the proposal as being of a scale and a mass which is not complementary to the structure that's currently on site. I think it is, in terms of the Derry area plan, which does steer decision makers away from new buildings in the countryside. This is not a new building in the countryside. It is adapting a building which is currently on site. I think it exercises a degree of control over a site which previously didn't have any sort of planning history. And for that, for all of those reasons, I think I'm going to propose that we do not accept the officer recommendation and approve the application.
Derek here, content to second Councillor Kelly on the proposal and support his reasons.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, so the proposal we have on the floor is not to accept the officer recommendation on the grounds of DAP and adapting of a building. Was that correct, Councillor Kelly?
Amongst other things, yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I was just trying to keep it brief there, Councillor Kelly. Right, members, we're going to go to a vote. Okay, could you take a vote, please, Eamon? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Alderman Brislin. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
I'll abstain, Eamon. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
For as well.
Councillor Logue.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Thank you. Sorry. The result of the vote is 7 for, 5 against, and 1 abstention. So the proposal carries. Thank you, members.
Okay, members, thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to item 2, LA 1120180641F. Now, there is a late item in that, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes to peruse over them. Thank you. Okay, members, I think we're ready to go again here, I would imagine. This is item 2, LA 11-2018-0641F. We do have some speakers, and what I'd also like to say before we start again is that if anyone is having problems in the chat box indicating they wish to speak, would they, this is for members only, would they just please feel free to interrupt? Okay, thank you. Malik, will you take us through this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Item 2, L11 2018-0641F is a full application for the relocation of dwelling and outbuildings to site to the rear of 50 metres south of number 93 Fort Glen Road, Quarry. Proposed access onto Barnott Road, approximately 8 metres north of 608 Barnott Road. The recommendation is to approve. The first image here shows the site location as was when the application.
There, apologies here, and Malachy, apologies. I'm having difficulty with the sound there. I don't know if it's just me, if other members are having a real bad echo as Malachy speaking there. Sorry, thank you.
No, Keith, you're quite correct. Malachy, do you want, if I don't know if you're on hands-free there, maybe unplug your headphones and put it back in again. There's definitely a lot of interference coming down the line there.
Is it still there, Chair, or?
There, Malachy is quite bad, actually. Yeah, just about, but you're very, very crackly.
Okay, I'll just move closer to the microphone here to see if that's any better. I'll begin again.
It's not
No,
it's not the volume. There's interference.
Yeah, there's interference in the background there, Malachy. You're not eating a packet of crisps, are you?
Look, I'm going to try and get a set of headphones to see if that makes a difference. Can you just bear with me for a few minutes, please?
Yes, certainly. No problem. Thank you, Malachy. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, I sometimes find if you log out and log back in again, I can sort these issues out.
You, John.
Sorry, Chair, do I get test there again? Can you hear me? Or?
Yeah, it's just as bad, so it is. I think.
Try logging in and out as Councillor Boyle suggested. Sorry.
Okay. Right, no worries. Members, I'm going to suggest that we move on to the next one in the running order, which is number 4, and then we'll come back again to Malachy once he gets sorted. So it's LA 11-2020-0881F, and Rosie's going to take us through it, and we do have a speaker, Mr. Smith, on behalf of the agent. Thank you. So Rosie, could you maybe take us through it, please? Thank you, Rosie. Okay, Rosie, can you go ahead, please? Microphone's on mute, officer.
Sorry about that, members. I think if you can probably hear me now.
Yes, we
Just see
can
if we can
indeed,
share
but
this. Malachi's back.
right. Okay, well, look, we'll see what Malachy has to say then. Maybe. Right, Rosie, if you're ready to go, just you crack on. Malachy, can you just wait? We're just going to move on to Rose and go back to you. Yes, we can indeed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, members. Item 4 is application LA11 2020-0881F, and it's a proposal for a sand and gravel quarry, including internal haul road and associated site works on lands to the northwest and immediately opposite to St James's Church Longland Road, northwest of 36 Longland Road and east of Duncastle Road, Dunnamana. The recommendation is to approve. This application was accompanied with an environmental impact assessment, and further environmental information was submitted during the processing of the application. Officers have taken into consideration the environmental information presented in relation to the application and the views expressed by the expert consultees in reaching the reasoned conclusions to be presented here today. The site is located just outside Dunnamana and is in the Sperrin AONB. The site measures 5.94 hectares and is currently in agricultural use. So the Longland Road runs to the south of the site, along here, and St James's Church, which is a B1 grade listed building, sits opposite the site at this location. So just going to explain the red line as it's presented here. This represents the extraction area, but this part of the site in here does not form part of the application site. A hedge is proposed along Longland Road at this location, and at this point here, the southern boundary of the site, there's a steep change in topography, and the site falls very steeply through this section before levelling out towards the northern section of the site. It's proposed that access will be taken through this part of the site onto Tabot Road and cross over the Tabot Road and come through an existing access through these lands and out onto the Castle Warren Road. The Tabot Road itself isn't considered suitable for HGV traffic, so that's the reason that the crossover point. It's an existing crossover point serving quarry lands at this location. In terms of the planning history of the area, there's a history of quarrying in the area, and there's two approvals dating back to 1985 up on this part of the site. That quarry is now restored, and this location is the location of the 2016 application, and that quarry has now ceased extraction and commencement of restoration works is underway. There's also locations for processing plant and existing processing plant here under the 2017 application, and lands in association with settlement ponds and processing facilities under that 1997 application have now been restored. In terms of the proposed operation of the quarry, the type of material to be extracted is sand and gravel. So it'll be extracted using a mechanical excavator with no blasting taking place on the site. The estimated quantity of material to be extracted daily is 300 tonnes, and the estimated life expectancy of the quarry will be 15 years. So it's proposed that quarrying will take place in 3 phases. Phase 1 will take place to the northern section of the quarry, followed by phase 2 in the central section of the quarry, and phase 3 in the southern section of the quarry. And it's proposed that each quarry will be restored before the next phase commences. So in terms just of the operation of the quarry, and back to this slide, which shows that the topsoil stripped from the surface layers of the site at the commencement of development will be stored on site for the duration of quarry operations and used to form an earth bund. If I just go back to this, at this location of the site, and that'll be used for both visual and noise protection measures. but the material that's used in that bund will be used for restoration when the site is returned to agricultural land at the cessation of works. There'll be no processing plant on the site, and it's proposed to transport the material from the application site to an existing processing plant across the Tabot Road. Extraction at this site is anticipated to commence once extraction of the restored quarry lands in this location have been completed, and the agent has advised that the quarry has now ceased excavation and works to restore the site have commenced, and it's anticipated that those restoration works will take about 18 months. The following consultees were consulted for comment regarding the proposed development and consideration of the EIA. And in summary, as presented here, the consultees had no objection to the development subject to conditions. So visual amenity. A visual intrusion is often the most significant environmental impact associated with mineral workings. As advised, the application site is located in the Sperrin AONB, though not in an area of mineral constraint. The Strabane Area Plan states that the Council will protect the landscape of the Sperrin AONB with a greater degree of constraint than would be considered reasonable in areas of lesser scenic value, and continues to state that where the scenic quality demands particular attention to the landscape implications of a proposed mineral development, the specific location of the site, the scale and expected duration of the development, and a satisfactory restoration will be important considerations in determining a planning application. So to assess the visual impact and to consider the viewpoints set out in Chapter 7 of the EIA, officers carried out a site visit on the 10th of November. So the visual impact of the proposed development was considered from the public road network, and the site was inspected from the Longland Road, the Duncastle Road, the Ardcam Road, the Tabot Road, and the Castle Warren Road, which is just off the slide here. And that was travelled in both directions to consider the visual implications of the quarry development, which is just along where the red line is. So I'm going to show a series now of photo montages, which were also presented in the EIA, and these present views from the public road network, followed by indicative views during the operational phase of the development. So from the Longland Road, this is just the site opposite to St James's Church, and this field, as you can see, it's quite undulating and it falls away from the road. So this area here, we can see the real undulation. That marks a really steep change in the gradient, and the site falls away to the north. So, and this part, as I've said before, this part of the field is not part of the quarry. So the significant change in topography at this point means that there's no views of the extraction area from the Longland Road, either travelling towards Dunnamana or travelling towards Claudy. So the site is located opposite St James's Church, and this is a listed building. The visual impact of the development on the setting of the building is considered in detail in the section on cultural heritage, but just to advise at this point that mitigation is proposed for both visual and noise impacts on the listed building and its setting. So it is proposed that a hedge will be planted along Longland Road, and this will be allowed to grow up to 2 metres in height. And onto this slide, an earth bund is proposed just along this location, which corresponds more or less to where the break and slope is there. These measures were both agreed with Historic Environment Division to provide visual screening for the church. So officers consider that the visual impact of the proposed quarry development on the Sperrin AONB and on the listed St James's Church is not significant from the Longland Road. From Duncastle Road, this is the location of the quarry, and you can see it there, the setting of St James's Church at this point. So when you're travelling north along Duncastle Road, that's away from Dunnamana, the quarry is located to the southeast, so it's behind you when you're travelling towards new buildings, and it's therefore not in the direct line of sight. So officers consider that the visual impact of the quarry when travelling this direction is not significant from this viewpoint. So travelling towards Dunnamana, the views are generally restricted by high roadside verges and hedging and intervening field boundary vegetation and the undulating local topography. However, for a distance of about 100 metres, there's a gap in the roadside vegetation along Doncastle Road, which allows this open view of the site at this location. So from along this point of this viewpoint, then you read the majority of the site with St James's Church, and the steep gradient of the site here can be easily appreciated. Officers consider this to be the most significant view of the site from the public road network. So these next few slides then show indicative views of how the site will appear during the different phases of extraction. So this is how it's anticipated the site will appear during phase 1 of extraction on the flatter grounds in the north of the site. This is the indicative view when phase 2 is under extraction with phase 1 restored. And this is the upper section then of which is phase 3 with phase 2 restored. In considering the importance of this view on the AONB and on the listed church and its setting, officers have given consideration to the landscape setting of the site and the mitigation measures proposed. So these include the extent of the view from Doncastle Road. So in the main along Doncastle Road, the site is screened by a combination of high roadside verges and hedging, intervening field boundary vegetation and undulating topography. The open views of the site are over a relatively short distance of 100 metres, and when the views open up, these are read with a strong backdrop of the lands here to the east and the landform which rises beyond the site. It's also dense planting of trees. So as I've just indicated, the phased extraction also assists as each phase is quarried out, it will be restored before moving on to the next phase. And planting is proposed as well along the southern boundary of Longland Road. So there'll be a hedge allowed to grow to 2 metres at this height, and it'll form like a landscape buffer, which will be 5 metres wide as well. The earth bund, which will be formed along this part of the site, will also assist with visual screening. The western boundary of the site, which runs down here, will also be newly planted up with hedging and trees. So in combination, it's considered that these measures will assist with screening from the Doncastle Road. So also, whilst the quarry will be operational for 15 years, the extraction works are considered temporary, and works will cease and the site will be completely restored and returned to agricultural use. So on balance, given consideration to the short extent of the views from Doncastle Road, the mitigation measures proposed in the temporary duration of quarrying at the site, officers consider that the visual impact of the proposed quarry on the AONB and listed building, St James's Church, is reduced from this viewpoint. From the Ardcam Road, travelling along Ardcam Road, the winding nature of the road, the local undulating topography and the high roadside verges and strong intervening field boundary vegetation prevents views of the site. There are glimpses of the church and the upper phase of the upper section of phase 3 lands, but these views are only very short stretches of the road. So this is the most open view of the site from Ardcam Road, and that's taken from a field gate. So an approach to that field gate, the high roadside verges prevent any views. So this is the existing view from that field gate entrance. And this shows an indicative view of the phase 2 lands. And this is an indicative view of the quarry when it reaches phase 3 with phase 2 restored. There's also long-range views across to the site for a short distance to the junction of Castle Warren Road turning on to Ardcam Road. And from Ardcam Road to the junction with Tabot Road, the views are again prevented by high roadside verges, the local topography and a grouping of dwellings and outbuildings. So on balance, officers consider that from Ardcam Road, the visual impact of the proposed development on the landscape is not significant, as the site is predominantly screened by the roadside verges, hedging, topography and intervening landform. From Tabot Road, travelling south towards Donamana, views are screened again by high roadside verges, hedges and local topography, but views across to the site open up just at this point where the verges get very low. The quarry lands themselves are still screened from view by this band of planting, and the quarry will be located in behind these trees, so views are very screened. Progressing further along Tebow Road, the entrance to the proposed quarry is at this point. This is the entrance into the quarry lands, and this is the Tebow Road crossover, and this is the entrance then into the processing plant, and then the further access road out onto the Castle Warren Road. When you're coming along this road, though, neither the quarry nor the processing plant are viewed together. This is a view into the site from the Tebow Road, the entrance onto Tebow Road, and it's showing these are the land. This is lands in association with an existing quarry, which is now on the restoration works have ceased, and restoration is under commencement. This is the view from Tebow Road after the junction with Longland Road. The road falls steeply away at that point, and these band of trees actually provide screening. The haul route, when it's established for the quarry, would come through this point here. On balance, officers consider that from Tebow Road, the visual impact of the development is not significant, as there's predominant screening by high roadside verges and hedging, and the undulating topography of the intervening landform and mature vegetation, which will not be impacted by the development. These trees will all be retained. Officers have considered the views from Castle Warren Road, but again, these are prevented by high roadside verges, the winding nature of the road, and the local topography. Policy in the strategic planning policy statement requires consideration of the visual impact of plant stockpiles and overburden within the site. So as processing won't take place on this site, there'll be no visual impact from any processing plant. There's no intention or requirement to stockpile on the site, as the material will be quarried out and removed to the processing area across the Tebow Road. If there is any requirement for stockpiling on this part, it'll be generally on the lower level, the northern part of the site. So there'll be no skyline views of any stockpile from that location. Overburden, then it's proposed to provide the temporary overburden at this point. And then that will be removed once the quarry ceases operations and will be used for restoration. It'll also assist with visual views from the Duncastle Road of the setting of the church. So it's not considered that the views will be particularly obtrusive from the local viewpoints. So in respect of the impact of the development on visual amenity, on balance, officers consider that the development complies with the Strabane area plan and that it won't breach any important skylines. The SPPS, in terms of the location of plant stockpiles and overburden, which is not considered, will be visually intrusive. And policy PPS2, policy NH6 in respect of the AONB, as views are largely restricted due to a combination of topography, intervening field boundary vegetation, mature trees, high roadside verges and hedging. So in terms of restoration, policy requires that applications for quarries must include satisfactory restoration proposals. And it's proposed that restoration of the site will proceed progressively so that after each phase of extraction, restoration will be undertaken before moving on to the next phase of extraction. The landscape restoration proposals entail regrading of site contours. At final restoration, the topsoil used to form the earth bund along the southern boundary will be removed and spread over the surface and planted with grass to return it to agricultural use. And the majority of the land will be returned to agricultural grazing. The remaining land then on the steeper slopes will be used, will be planted out with indigenous woodland. So these following photo montages also provided within the EIA show the existing appearance of the site from public viewpoints and the indicative appearance following restoration. So this is the existing view from Duncastle Road and how it's proposed that it'll appear following restoration. And from Ardcam Road, this is the existing location and just showing what it'll appear like after restoration. So the restoration proposals include new landscaping and new woodland will be created, and a long-term management plan is set out in the Habitat Management and Restoration Plan. Such measures will have a positive impact on the landscape setting of the site and enhance its biodiversity value. So NIEA, Natural Environment Division, state that it welcomes the woodland creation measures proposed and is happy with the measures that are proposed in the Habitat Management and Restoration Plan for long-term monitoring. Strict adherence to the phasing plan and the Habitat Management and Restoration Plan is required, given that the site is located in the AONB. The progressive phased approach to restoration has been an important consideration by officers in the recommendation to approve the development, and so will be monitored for implementation. In respect of the impact of the restoration proposals on the visual amenity of the landscape, on balance, officers consider that the development complies with policies as set out in the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, the Planning Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland. Policy requires consideration of the economic benefits of quarry development, which they're generally supportive of, but this aspect needs to be balanced against the need to protect the environment. In terms of economic benefit, it's set out in the EIA that the applicant company was established in 1951 to fulfil the need for agricultural, housing and road development. It's a family-run business at the forefront of concrete product supply across the Northwest. All of the concrete products are manufactured locally using their own sourced aggregates, and the applicant considers that the proposal can make a significant contribution towards the continued reliance of sand and gravel products for the building industry, whilst also continuing to grow this local business and safeguard employment. There's currently 3 employees employed at the quarry operating under LA 11 2016 1019, and there's no increase in staff numbers anticipated in respect of the proposed quarry if it's approved. Instead, those employees currently employed at the quarry operating under the 2016 approval will continue to be employed at the application site, allowing their jobs to be retained. In terms of environmental protection, just at the bottom of this slide, you can see the various aspects that will be considered. In terms of designated sites, the application is hydrologically connected to the River Foyle and Tributary Special Area of Conservation and Area of Special Scientific Interest. Natural Environment Division considered the environmental information submitted and recommends that all dust and noise suppression mitigation techniques to negate any potential risks to designated site features are implemented as part of the project, and that all pollution prevention measures, including maintaining suitable buffers between work areas and waterways, should be implemented as part of the project. Following an appropriate assessment under Regulation 43(1) of the Conservation Regulations, having considered the nature, scale, timing, duration and location of the project, Shared Environmental Services advises that the project would not have an adverse effect on the integrity of any European site, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects. In reaching this conclusion, SES has assessed the manner in which the project is to be carried out, including mitigation measures. And this conclusion is subject to mitigation measures being secured by condition if the application is approved. So in this regard, officers are content that the proposal complies with policy NH1 of PPS2. In terms of species protected by law, Chapter 10 of the EIA sets out the likely significant environmental effects on natural heritage assets, namely bats, badgers and birds, and measures envisaged to avoid, prevent or reduce impacts on those species. So in terms of bats, the site is used by bats, which are European protected species under the habitats regulations. There's a stream running along the northern boundary of the site, and NIEA considered this could be an important commuting corridor for bats. NED notes that from this operational phased plan that a 10-metre buffer will be maintained to the watercourse, and it will be planted with mature trees and scrub vegetation. So trees and scrub in the central part of the site are proposed to be removed, and whilst this will result in a loss of foraging habitat for bats, NED is content that the woodland and hedgerow planting proposed will provide sufficient compensation for the loss of foraging habitat. So NED is content that provided the woodland and hedgerow creation are implemented, the proposal is unlikely to have a significant impact on the local bat population. In terms of badgers, these are protected under the wildlife order, and NED has considered a confidential badger survey report and mitigation plan. So there's 7 badger sets recorded in the vicinity and 3 in close proximity to the site boundary. There's a 25-metre buffer proposed to those sets, and NED is content with this. It's also proposed to resurvey the site for badgers prior to quarrying commencing, and also prior to the commencement of each subsequent phase of quarrying. NED is content that provided these mitigation measures are implemented in full, the proposal is unlikely to have a significant impact on the local badger population, and a condition is recommended requiring further a final badger mitigation plan to be submitted and agreed prior to development commencing. In terms of birds, they're all protected under the wildlife order, and several breeding bird surveys were carried out on site, but NED is content that as long as no tree removal is proposed during the breeding season, that it's unlikely there'll be any significant impact on breeding birds. In respect of the impact of the development on species protected by law, officers consider that the proposal complies with policy NH2 of PPS2. In terms of priority species and priority habitat, NED agrees with the EIA that the proposal or the site provides suitable habitat for Irish hare and hedgehog. These are Northern Ireland priority species. So there's plans set out in the outline construction environmental management plan and the habitat management restoration plan to ensure these species are not impacted, and NED is content. There's also priority habitat on site in terms of the hedgerows and the long established woodland. And from this operational phase plan, NED notes that the boundary hedgerows in the northern part of the site are to be retained, and that new native species hedgerow are to be created along the western and the southern boundaries. So there'll be approximately 680 metres of new planting will be undertaken. NED welcomes the retention of the existing hedgerow priority habitat and the creation of new native hedgerow, which will enhance the biodiversity of the site. NED notes that the environmental impact assessment has made several recommendations for site restoration, such as the woodland creation and the 10-metre buffer planting to the watercourse. They recommend the submission of a final habitat management and restoration plan prior to work commencing on site, which details how the woodland will be created, the long-term management measures, and the number of trees to be planted. So in respect of priority habitat, officers are content that the proposal complies with policy NH5 of PPS2. Impact on surface water and groundwater can also occur as a result of quarrying. So regarding surface water, Chapter 6 of the EIA sets out the likely significant effects and the measures envisaged to prevent, avoid, reduce or offset those impacts. SES and water management were both consulted for comment in respect of these matters. Water management unit required clarification and further information regarding the source of water to be used for this development, the storage of fuel on site and the refueling of vehicles on site, the use of welfare facilities and the transfer of excavated material across the road to the processing plant on the opposite side of Tebow Road. So in response to these queries, further environmental information was submitted and Water Management Unit was again consulted for comment. Regarding the source of water for this development, there's no processing of extracted material on site. Regarding foul sewage discharge, existing welfare facilities at the processing plant on Tebow Road will be used. An updated outline construction management plan was provided in the EIA addendum, and this provides details of the mitigation measures to be implemented to protect the surface water environment. And this includes no construction of access tracks during wet weather to avoid surface water runoff and generation of suspended solids entering the watercourse, silt fence operation and maintenance, information to inform operatives of the importance of maintaining the silt fence, pollution prevention guidelines for the control of storage oils on any storage of oils on site, and the testing for suspended solids and hydrocarbons once per week prior to commencement of extraction and once per month for the lifetime of the quarry. So in response to a consultation regarding this information, Water Management Unit advised that it is content subject to condition requiring a final construction environmental management plan. So officers are content that the proposal complies with the SPPS in respect of water quality. In respect of groundwater, pollutants can get into groundwater if extraction reaches a depth where groundwater is encountered. In the EIA, mitigation is proposed by allowing a 1 metre depth between the groundwater level and the maximum depth of extraction. So this is just a cross section showing indicatively where the groundwater level is by this blue hashed line, and the red line shows where the excavation profile is. So there'll be a 1 metre depth proposed between these two. So Land and Groundwater team required evidence of the current groundwater levels on site to ensure that the groundwater isn't intercepted during excavation, and further environmental information was submitted. This advised that 3 monitoring boreholes were installed and the water levels recorded were used to determine extraction depths. It's proposed that these boreholes will continue to be monitored in order to confirm groundwater levels and to ensure the 1 metre buffer is maintained throughout the extraction phase of the operations. The outline construction environmental management plan advises that monitoring will be undertaken once a week prior to commencement of each phase of extraction and once a month for the duration of extraction. Land and Groundwater team were satisfied with these arrangements and didn't require any conditions. However, officers consider that to ensure no adverse impact on groundwater, that the results of the ongoing groundwater monitoring is submitted to the Planning Authority at regular intervals for the lifetime of the quarry at this site, and the condition is proposed for members' agreement. In respect of the impact of the development then on groundwater, officers are content that the development complies with the SPPS. Officers, in consultation with relevant experts from NIEA and SES, are satisfied that on balance, the requirements of the planning policies to balance the economic benefit of the proposal against the environmental impact is adequately demonstrated. Sufficient mitigation and compensatory measures are proposed, and these can be secured through monitoring conditions. Policy also requires consideration of residential amenity and safety. So in this regard, we're considering noise, air quality, and safe operation on site. So quarries can generate noise, dust, and vibration, which can give rise to adverse impact on amenity of residential and other occupiers in close proximity to them. Chapter 5 of the EIA sets out the likely significant environmental effects from noise, dust, and vibration, and environmental health was consulted for comment. In respect of noise, environmental health state that the noise assessment was considered on the understanding that the extraction activities previously undertaken at the quarry lands approved under the 2016 application will not be operating at the same time as extraction associated with the current proposed site, and the application has confirmed this position to writing and officers on the 8th of November. A noise assessment concludes that noise from the proposed extraction and processing operations on the site across the Tabot Road will be below the target noise levels at all properties with the exceptions of 42 Longland Road. Environmental Health advises that noise experienced at this property will impact on amenity, but the applicant considers that the noise levels at number 42 are below the absolute upper limit of 55 dB advocated by the Minerals Guidance, and submitted a letter from the owner of number 42 stating that they are financially involved in the development lands as a partial landowner. On this basis, Environmental Health has no objection subject to conditions to protect residential amenity. In respect of vibration, the EIA advises there be no activities on site that would generate significant levels of vibration, as it's not a blasting quarry. Excavation is by means of a digger and dumper truck, and separation distance from the site to all receptors is further than the distances where vibration would be perceptible. The EIA considers dust, and the overall impact on residential amenity is considered to be negligible. The closest properties to the site are significantly above the working area, and the steep banks will provide significant protection from any dust generated. Environmental Health advise that these conclusions are only valid if the appropriate dust mitigation measures are adopted by the applicant. These include the phasing of extraction, haul routes being kept wet and dry weather, site traffic speeds limited to 10 miles per hour. The drop heights are minimised. The existing vegetation banks along the site boundaries are retained, and there's a submission of a final dust management plan and ongoing monitoring. Environmental health recommend conditions to ensure dust mitigation measures are implemented. So in respect of these residential amenity matters, officers are content that the proposal complies with the Strabane area plan, the strategic planning policy in terms of managing noise and improving air quality, and policy MIN6 of the planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland. In terms of safety, the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland was consulted for comment. HSE required further information on the criteria used to determine the final restoration gradients to ensure the long-term stability of the final slopes of the site and the number of working levels for each phase. Regarding the criteria used to determine the final restoration gradients, further information provided by the applicant advises that this depends on soil mechanics, the volume of material expected to be available for restoration, and the fact that the side slopes of the restoration area will be used only for grazing. So these will have permanent vegetative cover, which improves stability. In addition, quarry operations will be 1 metre above groundwater, so the potential for washout of material associated with water flow is negligible. Regarding the number of working levels, it's advised that extraction will work on the basis of a maximum depth of extraction of 6 metres. So the number of working levels would be 2 at the deepest part of phase 1 and phase 3, and the deepest part of phase 2, there'll be 3 working levels. So following further review of this information by HSE, they advise they're satisfied with the information and have no further queries regarding the stability or safety of the site. In terms of cultural heritage, as stated, the St James's Church is a listed building, and Chapter 9 of the EIA deals with the impact on the setting of the listed building, and an archaeology and historic environment division was consulted for comment. So the site is located close to the historic settlement of Donamana and the site of the plantation castle in Bowen. It's also on land that runs down to the Burndennet River, and while some of the land here in the central section is very steep, the flatter areas may well have been attractive for settlement of people in the past. So Historic Environment Division requires further archaeological mitigation prior to commencement of development and has provided conditions recommending the implementation of a programme of archaeological works. In terms of the listed building, this is a grade 1B listed building, and again, HED was consulted for comment. So this is the view, this top slide shows the views out across the landscape from St James's Church. As previously stated, these lands don't form part of the quarry site. At this point then the topography slopes away very steeply, so the extraction area itself is screened from view from the Longland Road. As discussed earlier, there's a number of temporary mitigation measures which will assist in reducing the magnitude of the visual impact on the church during the lifetime of the quarry. And these include the planting of a native species hedge. This is Longland Road, and there'll be a native species hedge then planted along the road, which will be allowed to grow up to 2 metres. It'll also form a buffer, which is intended to be 5 metres wide. Erection also of the earth bund at this location. In addition, excavation will be phased to minimise effects, so it's considered that the reinstatement of the site to agricultural use following cessation of quarrying activity means there'll be no permanent impact on the church and its setting. These measures were agreed in consultation with Historic Environment Division. So in respect of the impact on the listed building and historic monuments, officers consider that the development complies with the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS Planning Policy Statement 6. In terms of potential flood risk, DFI Rivers was consulted for comment. There is an undesignated watercourse runs for part of the eastern boundary of the site, and DFI Rivers required a 5 metre maintenance strip is maintained to that watercourse, which is shown here in the drainage assessment and is accepted by Rivers. In terms of because the site itself is over 1 hectare in size, a drainage assessment was required, and again this was considered by DFI Rivers. So drainage assessment in Chapter 6 of the EIA set out the management of stormwater, and this is based on the infiltration of rainfall into the ground, as the proposed development just won't have any impermeable surface because it's just sand and gravel. So this means there shouldn't be any flooding on site or off site because of the development. DFI Rivers reviewed the drainage assessment and accept its logic and have no reason to disagree with its conclusions. So officers are satisfied that the proposal complies with PPS 15 and that the risk to the environment from flooding is not significant. In terms of traffic impact, Chapter 8 of the EIA sets out the likely significant effect on the environment from traffic impact, and DFI Roads was consulted for comment. This slide shows the haul route proposed through the application site. So this is the quarry area with the haul route at this point coming onto Tebow Road. So access into the site is from this point on Tebow Road. However, for reasons of road safety, the Tebow Road itself isn't deemed suitable for HGV traffic. So it will cross over the Tebow Road and exit out onto the Castle Warren Road. Sand and gravel then be transported onward to the applicant's site on the Cumber Road in Claudy. The slide just shows again the crossover point on the Tebow Road, and this is just the existing access onto Castle Warren Road. So the EIA states that there'll be a maximum of 300 tonnes of material extracted daily using 22-tonne dump trucks, which will mean approximately 28 crossings a day in total. So the material will then be taken by 20-tonne HGVs to the applicant's block plant in Claudy. And it's also considered that because the quarry approved under the 2016 application won't be operational at the same time as the proposed quarry, there'll be no increase in vehicle numbers crossing the Tebow Road or accessing onto Castle Warren Road. Approval of the quarry will, however, result in the access and the haul route being used for a further 15 years. But as the total number of traffic movements daily won't increase, the traffic impact is considered slight. It's advised on the P1 form that staff will park at the processing plant in Claudy, so they travel each day to the processing by lorry to the processing area here, the extraction area. So DFI Roads have assessed the EIA and are content with the traffic proposals for the site. There were 3 letters of support submitted during the processing. From St James's Church, they will support the application following a meeting they held with the vestry, and they have no objections. James Bond at 33 Castle Warren Road supported the quarry, and Gordon Best from the Minerals Products Association also supported the proposed development. So in conclusion then, in accordance with Regulation 24 of the Planning EIA Regulations 2017, officers have examined the environmental information submitted and the further environmental information submitted, and it's evident from the assessment of the expert consideration provided by the consultees that they've no objection to the development proceeding as proposed, subject to mitigation measures. Officers conclude that subject to mitigation to be secured by condition and thereafter monitored, that the development will not have a likely significant detrimental impact on the environment. Officers are also satisfied that the proposal complies with the relevant policies set out in the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, the Planning Strategy for Rural Northern Ireland, PPS 2, PPS 3, PPS 6, PPS 15, PPS 21 and the SPPS. On balance, approval is recommended subject to the conditions stated in the planning report. So at this point, I'd just like to ask members that if you're minded to approve the application, that officers are allowed delegated authority to review and amend any conditions prior to issue of the decision notice. And the reason for this request is that under the 2017 EIA regulations, there is a requirement to monitor how EIA development proceeds. So it's just to ensure that we have the conditions I suppose, worded appropriately to ensure that monitoring does take place. Members, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. That was very intense. I have a agent wish to speak on behalf of the applicant, and it's Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I would just like to thank Rosie, first of all, for the comprehensive report presented to members today. I'm actually here just to answer any questions that members may have, so I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, Chair here, I have a question for you. It's regards to DFI roads. I see that, maybe I'm picking it up wrong, that you're not allowed to go in to the quarry area or out of the quarry via Taboo Road, which runs off the Longland Road. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is that from the DFI roads perspective, the lorry route has to come through the existing haul route that comes through the existing quarry that's there at the moment and up to the existing screening plant that's there, and then out onto Castlewarren Road exit, which is again an existing entrance and exit. And just for background, that was a previous case with regards to the 2017 permission, which is, I don't know whether you can see my cursor or not, but it's just located there below the Tabo Road crossover arrow. That area there where your cursor is a 2017 permission for a quarry. And like Rosie was saying there, that has been extracted and completed, and it's currently undergoing restoration. So effectively, the crossover route is what was previously approved and considered acceptable, firstly by DFI Roads and secondly by the council. So it's just carrying on the status quo effectively.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just that I know that road quite well, and I'm seen quite a few tippers going down it to Bow Road. How would you, as this quarry develops and gets busier, how would you actually control that and stop them from coming out onto the Longlands Road? What's your view on that?
They're crossing from the proposed plant or the proposed extraction area over the crossover route and into the existing route in order to be screened. So the material has to be screened at the existing screening plant. There'll be no requirement for it to go down Tabo Road.
That's great, because at the minute they do, I've seen quite a few tippers go down because I know that road quite well. It's quite a steep drop as well. But yeah, thank you for that answer. Anyone else a question for the agent?
On the chat box, Derek.
Alderman Hussey, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Gavin. There's absolutely no doubt that we can only get the materials where they're actually at, and they're needed as we develop all of the buildings and roads, etc., that have been talked about in our part of the country. And it's good that we're able to use local materials. And the actual extraction quarrying, I don't have a problem with. But as you will know yourself, some operators have acted less than responsibly, particularly with restoration of sites. And I note that phase 1, it mentions that it will be restored before phase 2. Is it a parallel process where phase 1 extraction finishes restoration and then on to phase 2? And it's just the assurance that there will be appropriate restoration that's talked about there, but will it run along with the phases as they develop? Thanks for that.
Certainly the operator within the area has a number of sites, and those sites are well managed and well maintained and restored as and when required. and when the extraction process has been completed. And certainly that's the case for the existing site that's located to the east of the crossover, and sort of to the southwest of where that crossover is, the existing site. The restoration of the proposed site will obviously take place in accordance with the planning conditions that are attached. So there'll be that safeguard from members' perspective and the council's perspective.
Mr. Smith, that's to let you know your 5 minutes is now up. Thank you.
Chair, can I finally comment? Thank you, Gavin, and I welcome the reassurance. Thank you.
Alderman Hussey. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Smith. Any questions for the officer?
Chair, could I come in? It's Dan here.
Yes, Dan, I'm having a problem with my chat box as well. I can't really see who wishes to speak at the minute. So let's go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I'm having difficulty with the chat box and with the mute unmute. So I can't actually see if I'm unmuted, but I think I am. I have a question which I'm not sure it's for the agent or for the officer or both, and it's I suppose picking up on Alderman Hussey's point around the phases. I do have an issue around this. I've read the Habitat Management Restoration Plan. In fairness, it is excellent, and one of the criticisms I would have of many quarry sites is that the restoration plan is almost sterile in nature, and this is not like that. There is a wildlife management, a significant wildlife management aspect to the restoration plan in this case, including woodland, which is to be welcomed. But I suppose the phasing of it, is that conditioned so that each of those phases is complete and inspected before moving to the next stage? Because I'm just concerned that 15 years is quite a significant period of time, and I'm just curious around that. Is there a condition attached to each of the phases that they're inspected prior to development work beginning on the next phase? In terms of the report was pretty comprehensive. In fact, I'd say it was meticulous, but I was just looking at the photo montages that are presented for the access or the crossing arrangements on the Tabo Road, and I didn't see any I suppose safety signage. I'm not sure what you would call it, alerting people who are traveling. It may be there that it just wasn't captured in the pictures, but I'm just wondering, could somebody maybe answer that question, whether there is advisory or safety signage on the Tabo Road, temporary signage advising motorists that there's an industrial crossing point there. And that's, I suppose, the only two things that I've picked up on that, and thanks to the officer for that almost meticulous report. Thanks, Chair.
I can come in there, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Rosie
Please
here.
do,
Yeah.
Rosie. Yeah, please.
In terms of the phasing, we have a condition on there, condition 3, and it says that the development shall proceed in accordance with the phases shown in drawing 12, and it shows the 3 phases of development. So suppose we can maybe, as it requested, maybe delegated authority just to have a consideration of the wording of the conditions. We can have a look at that again in terms of strengthening that up if members so wish. But it's just to advise again that this application has been considered under the 2017 EIA regulations, which places a requirement on the planning authority to monitor the implementation of these conditions. So we will be keeping an eye, I suppose, for want of a word, on how the excavation proceeds and progresses to ensure that these conditions are complied with. That answers that part of your question, Councillor Kelly.
I would welcome that and support that request in terms of the conditions, Chair.
Okay. And just in respect of the road signage, there is no road signage there at the minute. I suppose we could consider maybe adding a condition to that respect. If the road does quite open up. It doesn't maybe appear from that slide like it opens up, but there are good views of the crossover point on either approach. to it, but certainly we can consider the addition of signage if that's what members want.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Chair, Alderman Kerrigan, if you allow me in.
Is this reference proposal you wish to make? Or is it a question for the officer?
Sorry, whenever you're ready, Chair, I can make a proposal, but if anyone else questions, work away.
No, is this for who? Who's it for? Is it for the officers or a proposal there? Paul, what do you wish to ask a question, Paul?
Hello? Chair, I just wanted to speak on it. Just before the Alderman will make a proposal. I would be one for protecting an area of outstanding natural beauty. And having looked through this application, I think, and I have to say it, I was very pleased to see the much work that has gone into mitigations within this project. And when I like to see stuff, when I hear like, previous work completely restored, and when you see the word restored in the countryside getting restored, and environmental protections and protecting the essential character of the area and screening and visual impact, like I have to say that this is like a very, like, don't want to say too much, but a very outstanding project I brought together with the support of our planners and around protecting our countryside, around protecting our environment. And I'd have to say that this is how it should be done. Thank you, Chair.
Much for the comments, Councillor Gallagher. Now, I already had in the chat box a proposal from Kieran McGuire, and if it's okay with you, Alderman Kerrigan, I'd put you in as a seconder.
That's grand, Chair.
Chair, can I come on there just before there's a proposal made? Put my name in the chat box here, Councillor Rooney.
Councillor, my chat box isn't working correct at the minute, so I'm sorry, my apologies, but yes, go ahead, sir.
I won't take long, Chair, just to follow on from Councillor Kelly's and Councillor Gallagher's comments. I think this is a model application brought by the applicant and a model paper brought by officers. And I did take heart in the follow-up there from what Rosemary said, that Council will be monitoring all aspects of the restoration, because this is obviously the most important aspect of this application, is that any works that are done will be restored to what they were previously. And I think this is a really good format for going forward, and any other applications like this coming forward will hopefully meet this same standard. But just to welcome the report and welcome the work that's been done by officers in relation to this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those words. Thank you indeed. Councillor McGuire, do you wish to make a proposal?
Sorry, Chair, couldn't get it to unmute there. Yeah, just propose, Chair, the application, that's all.
And it's seconded by Alderman Kerrigan that we have a proposal on the floor here to accept the officer's recommendation with conditions as discussed with Councillor Kelly and Rosie. If we're all in agreement, no dissenting voices, will take that as read.
Chair, John Boyd here.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Chair. I think Rosie asked for particular permissions around giving officers that the power to amend as they see fit. Could I just ask for further advice on that from Rosie? Does that need to be proposed, or are we building that into the full proposal here now?
Go ahead, Rosie.
If members are content to agree it, we can take it, as read.
I'm certainly content to agree it anyway. Rosie, I'm sure the proposers are too. Thanks.
Okay, if we're all agreed then, The proposal is carried unanimously. Thank you. Right, members, I think it's now 3 minutes to 4. I think we'll have a quick 10-minute comfort break if everybody's in agreement. Thank you.
Just doing a mic check here. Thank you.
Test again, Malachi?
Tess, can you hear me, Suzanne?
Yeah, it's clear now. There's no crackling.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, members, I think we've had our 10 minutes now and we'll start back to it. We're going to revert back to Malachi's case, which is LA 1120180641F. And Malachi, if you'd like to, when you're ready, take us through that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Malachi, thank you. Brilliant.
This is item 2, LA11 2018-0641F. This is an application for the relocation of dwellings and outbuildings at the site to the rear of 50 metres south of number 93 Four Glen Road, Clary. With proposed access onto Barnott Road, approximately 80 metres north of 608 Barnott Road. And the recommendation is to approve. The site location, as shown here, is just to the south, 50 metres south of number 93 Four Glen Road, which was the dwelling as shown in green on the attached site location map. This was the land situation in terms of at the time of submission of the application. The image you're looking at is the Barnott Road junction from on the A6 going into Clary. Prior to the recent redevelopment for the upgrade of the ongoing upgrade of the new A6 from Derry to Belfast. In terms of the policy context, the relevant policies are the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS3, PPS2 Natural Heritage, PPS6 Planning Archaeology and Built Heritage, PPS15 Planning and Flood Risk, and PPS 21, and in particular CTY 1, CTY 3, which deals with replacement dwellings, CTY 13 in terms of integration, CTY 14 in relation to rural charger, and CTY 16 in relation to non-main sewage. And also of relevance is the supplementary planning guidance, building on tradition, a sustainable guide for Northern Ireland countryside. In terms of background to the plan application, the application has been submitted as a replacement as required as a result of the original dwelling at number 93 Four Glen Road being in the line of the new A6 dual carriageway between Derry and Drumahoe and was therefore vested for purposes of the upgrade. Number 93 was a semi-detached dwelling with a number of associated outbuildings to the rear. The original building property fronted onto the old A6 line or Four Glen Road. The original property had a sizable curtilage and is proposed that the original dwelling and outbuildings are relocated to an area within the original curtilage but not affected by the new A6 line. So what we have here is the original and proposed block plans. So on the left hand side we have the original block plan showing number 93 and its surroundings prior to the ongoing works having commenced on the A6 line. So in effect where the cursor is now, these buildings have been demolished and are currently for the purpose of the new road. So the image on the right is as now, if you visit the site, the works for the A6 are ongoing here as my cursor shows, and the site as outlined in red in the original application is down here. So it's proposed that the dwelling, number 93 up here, will be relocated to this location. If you can pick up there is a faint pink line, which is an access lane, which has been constructed by DFA Roads, and it runs parallel to the new A6 line. And this serves as an access lane to existing agricultural buildings to the east of the application site, as well as the application site, and it joins the old Barnott Road just above number 608 Barnott Road. The proposed property is a full application, full replacement. So the proposed dwelling is a modest single-story dwelling with 2 bedrooms, kitchen, living room, as shown in the image on the left. And the image on the right shows the proposed buildings to be relocated within the site. So this image here shows the original building. So that the building known as 93 Fort Glen Road was a semi-detached property. It was a 1.5-story property, which had, as I say, a frontage onto the old A6 road between Derry and Belfast. And you can see in the image at the back, you can see the outbuildings to the rear of the site, and the curtilage extended down to the location of our proposed site, subject to this application. These photographs are more up to date. Number 93 is now gone, and you can just see here where my cursor is, above that banking is the location of the new dual carriageway. So this image is taken from the east, looking back west. So it's at the gateway of the existing agricultural buildings, which lay to the west of the site. So the site is over here just. And this image here is on the new laneway looking east, back down towards the site here. And you'll see an agricultural building and the turbine, which will be subject to discussion later on in the application. So there have been a number of representations to the application. There have been 30 objections received from 6 properties. A number of issues have been raised, including principally noise from nearby turbine and shadow flicker from nearby turbine, as well as impact of access road on road privacy. On privacy. Accuracy and completion of application forms, neighbour notification process, accuracy of maps and information shown on maps, policy assessment considerations, historical applications for summer developments, flooding, agricultural shed nearby, cattle movement on access road, location of soakaway, and the nature of the temporary structures on site. Detailed consideration of each of the above has been provided in the case officer report. In terms of policy consideration, the proposal is for a replacement dwelling. Therefore, CTY 3 is the relevant policy from PPS 21 for consideration. CTY 3 requires a dwelling to be replaced to exhibit the characteristics of a dwelling, and as a minimum, all external structural walls are substantially intact. The original dwelling met these requirements, and in the opinion of officers, is a replaceable dwelling. CTY 3 sets out a number of other policy requirements relating to siting, size of dwelling, integration, design, provision of services, and character of area, and provision of adequate access arrangements that do not prejudice road safety. The site, the dwelling will not be replaced in situ given the circumstances of the case. CTY 3 normally asks for in situ replacements unless there is particular circumstances. The site will be within the original curtilage of the site and is in compliance with the policy requirement. The dwelling and buildings are modest in scale and will integrate into their surroundings. The design is acceptable. There will be no impact on environment or character of the area as a result of services provided in association with the development, and adequate access can be provided without prejudice in road safety. So we believe it meets the criteria in CTY 3. In terms of CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 101, the site will not have a significant additional visual impact. The site is set well back from any public vantage point, and the proposed dwelling will be well screened from view by distance of setback, intervening bulk form, vegetation, and topography. The single-story dwelling proposed is modest in scale. The total size of the dwelling is 60.48 square meters with a frontage of 9.45 meters and a gable of 6.4 meters, with a design reflecting both rural and modern elements. The dwelling will sit comfortable in a local landscape without being conspicuous. It is considered to be broadly in conformity with the building and tradition design guide for rural Ireland. It's considered that the proposed relocation is in a less prominent location than the original dwelling. It's not located in a manner that could be considered to result in build-up. In this area, one-off dispersed dwellings are an accepted characteristic in terms of the pattern of development. It will not create a ribbon, and ancillary works will not be significant. Therefore, officers are content that the policy requirements of C2A 13 and 14 are met. PPS2 and as well as the policies within the Derriere plan relating to natural heritage are also a material consideration. The site is set within the countryside. All buildings have been demolished and there was no evidence of suitable habitats for protected species. No ecological report submitted with the proposal. The proposed relocation, the site for proposed relocation will be of low ecological value. There will be no significant removal of vegetation to accommodate the development proposal. And due to the scale, nature, and location of the development, there are no potential pathways to protected habitats. DFA roads were consulted in relation to the PPS free access and movement and parking considerations. They've stated that this new access road linking to Barnett Road, while maintained by the department, will not be adopted into the network. DFA road requested visibility displays of 2.4 by 120, which are shown on the amended plans received during the process of the application. Therefore, DFA roads have cleared the proposal subject to conditions, and we're content that the proposal complies with policy AMP3 of PPS3. There's a recorded monument nearby to the east of the site. HED were consulted and have no objections. DFA rivers were consulted on at the foot of a third-party commons regarding potential flooding in the area. They've indicated it's not within any floodplains and there's no recording of flooding in the area. Therefore, there's no issues in relation to PPS 15. Strategic planning policy statement from Ireland, the SPPS, states that there is a wide range of environment and amenity considerations, including noise and air quality, which should be taken into account by planning authorities when processing policies or managing development. For example, the plan system has a role to play in minimizing potential adverse impacts such as noise or light pollution on sensitive receptors by means of its influence on the location, layout, and design of new development. A number of third-party comments have raised concerns that the proposed development will be affected adversely by noise and shadow flicker from an unconnected turbine in the locality. They also raised concerns in relation to odour from the nearby farm building. All our third-party comments raised concerns in relation to the impact of the traffic using the access laneway and affecting the privacy of dwellings when accessing and exiting onto Barnett Road. So residential amenity is a material consideration in this proposed relocation, and the planning report has given us some consideration, particularly in relation to noise and shadow flicker, but notwithstanding the consideration of the other issues. So in terms of the existing non-connected turbine, there was a turbine approved under plan application A 2008 0816, which lies to the southeast of the site, shown on the attached image here, the overhead photograph. See the turbine pointed in red, and you can see our site just to the northwest there. So the original dwelling would have been up here, located approximately 196 meters northwest of the operational turbine. And the proposed dwelling will be located approximately 156 meters northwest of the turbine. The site will also be located to the south of the new A6 dual carriageway. So you can probably see that overhead image now. The line of the A6 is taking shape here, so you can see the proximity. So in terms of noise, the main sources of noise that could affect the proposal is the existing turbine and the upgraded dual carriageway. The dual carriageway is not completed, and therefore there are no available background noise levels. Environmental Health Department have been consulted, and advised initially that the site is approximately 140 metres from the medium scale Vesta V27 1 turbine, which is the one approved under 8008-0816. Although there's some issues about the distance, it's generally agreed it's somewhere between 140 and 150 metres away. According to EHD calculation, noise from the turbine would breach the ETSU R97 simplified noise criteria of 35 decibels at daytime and 43 decibels at nighttime at the proposed site. Turbine noise level comparison against simplified limits is used to establish if a detailed noise survey is required to establish whether turbine noise will breach the ETSU R97 relative detailed noise limits. These limits are based on the existing background noise levels in the area. In this case, this type of detailed noise survey has not been carried out, as EHD advised the background levels are not available, and also the A6 is not fully operational yet. Therefore, there is a significant evidential gap in the detailed noise assessments, and that detailed noise assessments cannot be confirmed. A third party has also submitted a simplified noise assessment showing breaches of daytime and nighttime noise levels, as well as financially involved limits. Likewise, they were unable to provide a detailed noise survey. EHD have not provided reasons for refusal, though they have advised it is impossible for them to give a definitive opinion as to the impact of the existing turbine, but nonetheless believe, based on experience, that noise of the turbine will be heard at the proposed site, and have serious reservations about supporting the proposal. Mitigation measures have been raised with EHD. They advise that external areas will not be aided by mitigation measures such as acoustic barriers due to the distance and height of the turbine, and the internal arrangement of rooms may assist, though this is limited due to the noise sources at either side of the property. Relocation of footprint is not an option. Fixed acoustic glazing, ventilation systems to the rooms could be employed to mitigate noise from both the A6 and 1 turbine. The effect of such measures cannot be measured accurately at this stage. So the circumstances of the case are material and weighing up whether the proposed development will be significantly affected by the proposal, and demonstrable harm would be caused as required by paragraph 5.72 of the SPPS when recommending refusal of a planning application. The original dwelling was already in relatively close proximity to the turbine, as well as sitting directly adjacent to the Derry to Belfast Road. Therefore, the points for considering in respect of noise are: current proposal is 40 metres closer to the turbine than the previous existing dwelling on site. EHD have advised that there are no records of noise complaint arising from the turbine to date, nor from the old residents at number 1993 Fort Glen Road, which is in all likelihood they've also been within the area of would also have breached the simplified noise limits given this proximity to the turbine. The applicant, Catherine Feeney, has indicated there's no prejudice and she's fully aware of the circumstances. Neither the applicant, EHD, or third parties can definitively demonstrate that the demonstrable harm will occur due to the lack of evidence. Paragraph 4.11 of the SPPS states that the planning authority has a role to play in minimising potential adverse impacts and by means of its influence on the location, layout and design of new development. Annex A gives further advice on these matters and states that planning authority should seek to reach balanced decisions to consider noise issues alongside other relevant material considerations, including the wider benefits of the particular proposal. And it may be appropriate to apply conditions for any planning approval, whether it's to mitigate against excessive noise impacts. So officers believe that when the wider benefit of the proposal are considered, it is clear that there are extenuating circumstances brought about by the nature of the application. The original dwelling has been removed to accommodate a key strategic transport route between Derry and Belfast. The applicant has sought a replacement opportunity by choosing a site that is as close as possible to the original dwelling and complies with the regional policy requirements for replacement dwellings. There has been no noise complaints in the locality, and it's accepted that fixed acoustic glazing with ventilation can provide a degree of mitigation and as such minimise any potential impacts that may arise. The existing dwelling at number 93, Fort Glen Road, was most likely in an area considered to be in breach of the simplified noise assessment. Therefore, on balance and considering the circumstances as set out above, it is the officer's conclusion that any potential adverse impacts arising from the existing can be offset through an appropriate condition in relation to the provision of acoustic glazing and ventilation system, and would give considerable weight to the matter that the existing dwelling was also most likely within an area of that would have breached the same test applied by the environmental health assessment as well as a third party assessment. Shadow flicker is an issue that occurs. It's an effect caused when rotating wind turbine blades periodically cast a shadow over neighbouring properties as they turn through constrained openings such as windows. Only properties within 130 degrees either side of north relative to turbines can be affected at these latitudes. So in effect, the proposal would fall within that area. So the likelihood of this occurring and the duration of such an effect depends on a number of environmental factors, including the direction of the residence relative to the turbine, the distance from the turbine, the time of year, portion of daylight hours in which the turbine operates, frequency of bright sunshine and cloudless skies, and the prevailing wind direction. Both the applicant and the third party have submitted shadow flicker reports for consideration. The guidance which has been produced in relation to the assessment of turbines recommends that shadow flicker at neighbouring offices and dwellings within 500 metres should not exceed 30 hours per year or 30 minutes per day. The applicant's report concluded that in worst case scenario, the proposed relocated dwelling would have a maximum of 40.28 hours a year, with a worst case of 50 minutes in any one day, with expected values of 6.35 hours over the year. Their further interpretation of these results was that the potential impact will only occur over 64 days, over 4 months of the year, and the specified dates. So when you consider they consider the expected values of 6.35 hours over 64 days, you get an average daily impact of 3.35 minutes, which they believe is below the 30-minute a day threshold. The applicant also submitted a letter acknowledging that there will be a degree of shadow flicker at the proposed property, and she's prepared to accept that. 2 reports have been submitted by the objector, which differ and dispute the finding of the applicant's report. The first report in February concluded that the number of hours per year is likely to be less than the predicted worst case of over 44 hours, but the potential remains for up to 55 minutes of shadow flicker occurring up to 65 days of a year, which exceeds the 30-minute threshold. An addendum to that report was submitted in September, which took into account the weather conditions that you would expect in September, and that concluded that the property would experience a minimum of 14 days of the 65 days of the year when shadow flicker was predicted, when the duration of the shadow flicker would exceed the 30-minute threshold. So both reports conclude that there will be a degree of shadow flicker that will exceed the recommended threshold. They differ on the extent of a flicker on a given day. However, officers have no reason to dispute the findings of the interpretation or the interpretations of the report, and accept there will be likely to be exceedances at the property. However, officers have taken into account a number of factors when considering whether a refusal reason to be sustained in relation to shadow flicker. These include the circumstances of the dwelling to be replaced, and now how that may have been impacted by shadow flicker. I'm speaking about number 93, Fort Glen Road in that respect. The acknowledgement of the applicant of the potential impact, the applicant's ability to self-mitigate, and the very limited impact on a small number of windows, which are not the main living areas of the proposed dwelling. On balance, it is recommended by officers that the residential media of the proposed element will not be unduly affected by shadow flicker, and that demonstrable harm will not be caused by the current operational wind turbine. Members will be aware of a lit item received this morning in the form of an email with attachments containing refusal notices relating to a number of single turbines issued by Derry City and Strabane Council, whereby noise and shadow flicker are offered as refusal reasons. We acknowledge receipt of this item, and given that it's been received on the morning of committee, we've not been in a position to forensically examine each of the cases in detail. Notwithstanding that, officers would comment that an initial overview of the nature of the applications, i.e. they're for single turbines, and the policy applied there in those cases, which would be PPS 18, are not comparable to specific circumstances and nature of the case under consideration. It is established in case law that each case should be assessed on their own merit, and there are a number of distinguishing features of this case that lead officers to recommend that the cases raised by the applicant should not be considered as precedents for how a decision should be arrived in this particular this particular application. So in summary and conclusion, circumstances of the case are significant factors in recommending approval for the proposed development. Proposed development is due to the A6 dueling and the loss of the original dwelling at 93 Four Glen Road. The proposed relocation is 50 metres to the south of the original dwelling at number 93 Four Glen Road, within the original curtilage of that property. The proposal complies with the replacement policy within PPS 21. Policy requirements in relation to roads, natural heritage, flooding, and bulk heritage have all been considered and are satisfied. It is acknowledged that the SPPS requires assessment of residential media issues, including noise and shadow flicker from the nearby turbine. Simplified noise assessments show breaches for new property in terms of noise. The normal requirement for detailed noise assessment is not available or achievable at present, therefore it considers a significant evidential gap in demonstrating that a refusal should be offered in relation to noise. Furthermore, we think it's important to note that a simplified noise assessment is very likely to have shown breaches at 93 Four Glen Road, and there's no records of noise complaints from that property. Proposal is a repositioning of a dwelling from an area already within a breach location, which had no mitigation measures in place. This is also the case in relation to shadow flicker. It is proposed that we will provide a degree of mitigation through the imposition of a condition in relation to acoustic glazing and ventilation system. So therefore, members, we recommend that approval is granted subject to the conditions set out in the case officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Malachy. I have two objectors wishing to speak, Mr. Donegal and Mr. Garnett. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes between you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
This has come out with Barry O'Neill speaking. You're using somebody else's system?
I'm at Barry O'Neill's premises using his system, yes.
Okay,
my name's Thomas Donaghy for the record, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair, members, for giving me the opportunity to speak in objection to this application today. I speak on behalf of over 30 objectors who would ask Council to refuse this application. Planning's presentation is inaccurate, misleading, and open for legal challenge. The applicant and objectors have submitted evidence demonstrating significant adverse harm to residential amenity by shadow flicker and noise. Environmental health do not support the application and are concerned with the impact of shadow flicker and noise. This is within the case officer's report. Planning have ignored their advice to employ an independent consultant, and our shadow flicker reports, which highlight the planning and CD consulting did not calculate the impact of shadow flicker correctly.
The wind turbine does not have a conditioned life expectancy. The applicant states that she is content with impact of shadow flicker. She is not qualified to assess shadow flicker impact. Nowhere in planning policy is her statement acceptable, but policy does state that council must protect the amenity of future residents. Planning have refused to assess any increase in the impact of noise and shadow flicker because this is a replacement application, which it is not. The number 93 had already been vested in September 2017 for the A6 dual carriageway. The applicant was entitled to be compensated for that loss under the Land Compensation Order 1982. If the turbine size was to be increased or proposed to move closer to an existing dwelling based on what has been presented today, then no further impact on residential amenity will ever have to be assessed by council. Common sense should prevail. If the dwelling is being moved closer to a turbine, the impact of noise, shadow flicker and ice throw will also increase. The onus is on the applicant to submit evidence to prove that no adverse harm would be caused by noise. This has not been done, therefore it is unreasonable for council not to refuse the application based on our evidence. If approved, this would be the closest residential property to an operational turbine of its size that council have considered, creating a very dangerous precedent. Development Management Practice Note 16, 2015 identifies the impact of noise and shadow flicker as a material consideration and states the protection of private interests as what is not considered an acceptable material consideration. It also states that all relevant material considerations must be fully considered and appropriate weight given to each. It is not sufficient to rely on any one factor to the extent that all others are displaced, and weight is a matter for the decision maker. SPPS 4.11 states, planning should treat noise as a material consideration in the determination of planning applications for proposals such as housing in proximity to established noise generating uses, such as the turbine. Where noise is identified as a significant issue, planning should seek to reach balanced decisions that consider noise issues alongside other relevant material considerations, including the wider benefits of the particular proposal. Planning seeks to protect the interests of the applicant, and this is not a material consideration or a wider benefit, and therefore cannot be used to outweigh material considerations of noise, surrounding land uses and precedent. Council would have to approve every future dwelling application if this was the case. Based on submitted evidence by objectors and applicant, harm will be caused to residential amenity, and this has been recognised by the Environmental Health. Therefore, the application should be refused to protect all future residential amenity. Our noise report demonstrates that adverse impact will be caused by noise. Our shadow flicker and noise consultant, who is available for questions, stated, the analysis presented shows that the proposed property would experience a minimum of 14 days of the 65 days of the year where shadow flicker was predicted, when the duration of shadow flicker would exceed the 30-minute threshold in breach of planning guidelines. Given the sunnier September, the annual number of days is projected to be around 20, which is more than 5% of the year. This exercise demonstrated that declaring average shadow flicker duration to be less than 30 minutes, as reported by CD Consultant and Planning, both misunderstands and misrepresents the intent of the guidance. The assessment identified predicted L90 noise levels up to a maximum of 48 decibels. This proves that the adverse impact of noise...
Mr. O'Neill, that's your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions to the objectors from the floor? Hussey, please.
Did you call me there, Chair?
Yeah.
That's grand. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm looking at an application for a relocation of dwelling and outbuilding. I presume you're talking on behalf of 30 local residents where this turbine already exists. And I'm a bit confused. If this was an application for a turbine, I could understand your argument, but it's not. It's an application for a dwelling and outbuilding, and the applicant is content with his application, given your argument, which is totally around the fact of the turbine and flicker and noise. Have you any comment on that? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. The problem is that the applicant is applying for a replacement in the open countryside close to agricultural buildings and this wind turbine. The previous dwelling was a lot further away and there wasn't an issue. Now, with it coming closer, any future with the renewable climate change agenda, any increase in the size of the turbine this application will prejudice any future development in and around that site. I hope that answers your question.
You wish to come back, Alderman?
Not really, but I think I've made my particular point anyway. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Taggart, I would ask you please not to enter things in the chat box, please. You will get your turn to speak. Just bear with us. Is anyone else wishing to ask questions to the objectors?
Could I come down here?
Yeah, of course, Dan. Yeah, go ahead, please. Sorry, Councillor Kelly. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. It's picking up on Derek's theme as well. And just to clarify that this is about the implications, moving it, I suppose, the number of meters back. It's about the implications for third-party land interests. Is that where the objections are coming from? Because I wasn't clear either.
Yeah, the existing uses, and it's really the procedural issues and the unfairness that the planning authority have been using to take this application forward. You know, the whole assessment, it was taken forward for approval last December before the shadow flicker and the proper assessments have been carried out. And we feel it's against the material considerations that have really been raised, and their decision making isn't proper.
Good question, Mr. Donaghy. How long has this turbine been up, and why have you not complained about the flicker before? Maybe I've missed that.
The turbine was applied in 2008 and went up in 2011, I believe.
Question.
But the objections have been in for 3 years in regards to the application.
Referring to the application to build a house, I'm referring to your comments about the flicker. Can you just please?
February, we submitted the objection report in regards to the flicker.
Thank you, Mr. Donaghy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, members, to the objectors? I'm going to now pass across to Mr. Taggart to speak on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Taggart.
Hello, Chairperson. Sorry for commenting earlier. I was just in my last committee meeting last week. I was speaking on another council. I was missed. So I run in a different order, as in spoke to myself first and then objectors. But however, moving forward, I'd like to reiterate a few items there that the planner, Officer McCarran, has covered, right? Which in his presentation, which demonstrated why there should be an approval towards this application, right? The applicant's house was vested, as we all know, due to the dualling of this road from Derry to Dungiven, and it was actually vested in late 2018, early 2019. So it was The house is occupied by elderly relatives who has their day on it, and therefore approval for the placement dwelling was applied for so they can always live their days out in this current location. So it was where the family home has always been. And the family home previously has always been next to the Derry Dungiven Road. The Derry Dungiven Road on that there was always very noisy. The house always had single glazing in it. This proposed dwelling is now moved back away from the new road, so it is still within their own land. DOE or DFA roads has always accommodated that by then providing an access road. The access road is access from Barnanet Road, which is now constructed, as you've seen in the report there. And this was to avoid any potential landlocking and gives access to neighbours' farm as well. Now, what we have is the confirmation of that road and the ownership of it by DFA Roads is shared with the planning committee or planning department earlier. DFA Roads constructed all the outbuildings and created water and electric supply into the outbuildings. The houses, animals that was on the farm, so it was, or it was not a farm, sorry, it's just on the dwelling. And the client is fully aware of this wind turbine and the shadow flicker that they're all talking about. They didn't object to the application, the original application of the wind turbine at the time. They moved it here. The impact is very little to know. If you look at the proposed plans of the dwelling, it's only a small dwelling, 2 bedrooms. The windows at the back is one into a bedroom, one into a utility, like a bathroom, so it is. So it's no effect on the living quarters of the house during the day at all. And further to noise report of that there, etc. Environmental Health has made it clear that we meet all simplified limits outlined in any noise assessment. It does not necessarily mean that we're depriving from it. We can put in acoustic glazing, but the house itself, being so far away from the road where most of the noise is, will be a dream in itself, as the applicant clearly stated. The applicant, the client, is very happy to agree with planning departments imposing any condition to provide any sustainable acoustic glazing and any alternative ventilation systems to avoid further noise immigrating into the house. So a lot of them things it's all quite clear. So basically we'd like to respectfully request that the planning committee side with your planning officer's detailed report there to approve this application. So I would, and I'm here for any questions, so I would, and I can counter argue anything there that the objector has stated. But to me, there's nothing there in person, so there's not of anything that was stated. Due to quality of life in this house will always be majorly better than was there, and the current occupants that would like to move back in here would really look forward to moving back into the area. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions to Mr. Taggart? I don't see anything in the chat box. Oh. John, sorry, can I speak?
Chair, my question, Councillor Boyle here, my question's for the officer.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyle. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Taggart. Doesn't seem to be anybody wishing to raise any questions with you. Questions for the officer, and it's Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just bear with me for a wee second? I'm just switching screens from the WebEx to the officer report. Question to Malachy. In the interest of removing any doubt, Mr. Donaghy's suggested that there were 30 objectors. At item 10 in the report, there are 30 objections received from 6 properties. I've counted through those, and that, to me, Malachy, if you can confirm, indicates that there were 10 objectors from 6 properties. 20 of the objections, 20 of the 30 objections came from 3 people in 1 property. Is that correct?
Yes, it's set out in section 10 of the report, Councillor Boyle.
Basically, Malachy, there are not 30 objectors to this application.
No.
Thank you.
Have we any more questions for Malika? I don't see anything in the chat box, but I do see a Alderman Hussey is proposing that we accept the officers.
Chair John Boyle here. I will second Alderman Hussey's proposal.
Do you wish to speak on your proposal?
Very briefly, Chair. I've listened to and heard the those who have concerns with regard to the one. Well, one of the issues was, that at some stage that wind turbine could be upgraded. But I would remind the objectors, if they have their concerns, that any upgrading would also require planning permission. That will be a separate application. We're dealing here with the relocation of a dwelling and outbuildings, and I accept fully the officer's recommendation on that particular application. Thank you.
The Alderman, and I believe it's seconded by Councillor Boyd. Have we any?
Chair, can I just add to that? Complete agreement with what Alderman Hussey has outlined, and I think the circumstances here are very unusual. We've never seen anything like this in front of us, in front of this committee before. But as outlined in the officer report, there are very good reasons for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Boyd. Okay, Okay, members, we're going to move on to number 5, which is the Tilly's application. You will see there's actually 3 applications in relation to Tilly's.
Sorry, Chair, we didn't hear the vote there.
Sorry, Maura.
Sorry, just so you know, Chair, we didn't hear a vote, or we didn't hear the end of that, so just...
Okay, right, I'll go over it again then. Okay, so, sorry. It was unanimous, Maura. We didn't need to take the vote. Nobody objected.
It's just clarifying that we didn't hear that being discussed. Sorry, at the end. It just
No, that's okay, Maura. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. Thank you.
On the IT.
Okay.
Chair, can I also add on for the benefit of the head of planning? I didn't hear that element of the discussion either. I'm not sure everybody did, and maybe we want to rerun it again.
Okay, then, John, no problem. We'll do that. Okay, just the proposal was that we accept the officer's recommendation proposed by Alderman Hussey and seconded by Councillor Boyle. Is there anybody wishes to object to this? Please say aye. Okay, I see no objections in the chat box, and I don't have anybody wishing to come in, so that is unanimous. Okay, I'm now moving on to. Is that okay? Everybody heard that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now I'll move on. LA 1120210604F, and Sarah is going to take us to this one. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, so item 5 is LA 1120210604F. This is a proposed residential development of 131 apartments, 229 metres squared of community floor space, which includes a cafe, library, hair salon and gym. And the proposal also includes 44 number of parking spaces and communal amenity space. The site is at the former Tilly and Henderson factory site, which is bounded by Abercorn Road, Tilly's Bray and Foyle Road, and the recommendation is to approve. So this is the site location plan and the aerial photograph of the site. The site is the former Tilly and Henderson factory site, which was a historical shirt factory in the city. The site is currently a derelict brownfield site, and the former listed building was demolished following a fire in 2003. The site bounds Abercorn Road, Tilly's Bray and Foyle Road. The site is located in the commercial core of the city as defined in the Dairy Area Plan 2011. The area is predominantly residential, with an existing play park located immediately west of the site. Opposite the site on Abercorn Road is the former Robert Sinclair and Co factory listed building, which was converted to apartments. So this is an extract photograph from the design as an access statement of the former factory building which existed on the site. This site is an important gateway site to the city, immediately adjacent to Craigavon Bridge, and is also close to a number of other listed buildings. This is a photograph from the internet of the former Tilly and Henderson factory building on the site. And this is the current photographs of the application site from Foyle Road. This is the photograph of the application site from Abercorn Road and also a photograph of Tilly's Brae. So in terms of the planning history, application A 2011-0244F was a mixed-use development which incorporated a 139-bed hotel, 2 retail units, 15 apartments, integral parking and associated works, and permission was granted for the hotel development on the 1st of December 2014 and expired on the 30th of November 2019. A number of discharge condition applications were submitted on that application prior to the expiry date. A certificate of lawful development application LA 11 2021 1177/LDE was submitted, which evidenced that lawful commencement of the hotel development had taken place prior to the expiry of the permission. So in terms of consultee responses, DFI Roads have no objection subject to conditions. Historic Monuments had no objection subject to conditions for agreement and implementation of a developer-funded programme of archaeological works. However, officers have given consideration to the history on the site, which has been evidenced that the previous hotel permission on the site was lawfully commenced, and therefore officers do not consider it reasonable to impose these conditions should permission be granted on the site. Historic Buildings have no objection subject to conditions. Water Management Unit, no objection subject to confirmation from NI Water that the development would connect to NI Water infrastructure. Regulation Unit considered a preliminary contaminated land risk assessment and GQRA and had no objection subject to conditions. Natural Environment Division, no objection. Environmental Health considered a contamination report, a piling report, noise assessment, dust risk assessment, air quality impact assessment, and have no objection subject to conditions. And NAE had no objection. Shared Environmental Services carried out a HRA Stage 1 appropriate assessment and have no objections provided that the proposal is connected to NI Water mains infrastructure and the evidence provided of the Schedule 6 consent from DFI Rivers. DFI Rivers advised the site is located in the 1 in 200 year coastal floodplain, and a flood risk assessment, an addendum and drainage assessment were submitted as part of the application, and DFI Rivers had no objection subject to conditions. Lochs Agency was content that with the evidence of consent to discharge stormwater to a water and also considered the piling assessment and have no objections. NI Water considered the impacts of the development on the nearby wastewater pumping station, and they also considered the impacts of the development on the public sewer and surface water sewers, and initially did raise network capacity concerns. However, following submission of the Certificate of Lawful Development application, which evidenced that the previous hotel development on the site had been lawfully commenced, NI Water confirmed on the 22nd of November that they have no objections to the development, subject to conditions for the agreement of a drainage strategy for foul and storm sewage to the NI Water infrastructure. So in terms of objections, 5 petitions of objection with 367 signatures from 365 properties have been received in the application and 1 individual objection. The issues raised in summary relate to parking, traffic and congestion, air quality, neighbourhood and social issues, and the design. A detailed consideration of the objections as set out in members' report. A letter of support was received from the chairperson of Riverview Residents Association, Foyle Road. The letter confirmed support for the development for the following reasons. They did not consider the proposal would add to the congestion already experienced, as the entrance to the proposed parking area is on Foyle Road. They have a good relationship with the developer and will raise any residents' concerns. And they consider that the development's apartments on Abercorn Road are kept to a good standard and are a welcome addition in the area. So members are aware of the late items which were circulated to them. The late items included a brochure link for the Tilly and Henderson application, which was submitted from the agent and applicant. A letter of support was received on the 30th of November from the applicant, which included a letter from the Friends of the Factories group. This included 54 signatures of support and confirmation from 16 individuals who provided verbal support for the proposed development. The letter states that this is in addition to the 85 letters of support submitted as part of the community consultation and the letter from the Riverview Residents Association, which represents approximately 100 residents, and they now consider there's a total of 255 supporters for the proposed development. So officers have given consideration to material considerations of this application as part of the application. So within the community consultation report submitted, this did include 85 letters of support, and in summary, there was support for the proposed redevelopment and regeneration of an important historical site. They considered the site was in close walking distance to the city centre shops. There was a need for high quality apartments. There was parking provided in the proposals. There was investment. The proposed staircase and statue was a connection to the past and potential tourist attraction, job creation and the economy, and removal of an unsightly gap in the conservation area. Other material considerations also include the advice received from the Ministerial Advisory Group for Northern Ireland. The proposals were reviewed by MAG review panel, who are a design resource the council can avail of for key development sites in the city. MAG provided advice on key aspects of the proposal, including heritage, townscape and urban design, sustainability and environmental design, and the building design. MAG supported a high standard of design for this key gateway site and supported the development proposal. Whilst not all of the recommendations could be followed in the final design, the advice provided to the agent developers from MAG was taken into consideration, and a high standard of design in accordance with the requirements of policy have been achieved for the site. So this is the proposed site plan, and this proposed development is for 131 apartments, which will comprise of 106 two-bed apartments and 25 one-bed apartments. There will also be community floor space, which includes a cafe, library, hair salon, and gym. 44 car parking spaces will be provided within the application site, and there is vehicular access to this parking area from Foyle Road, and there's also provision of communal external amenity space. The development will comprise of 3 blocks named as Abercorn, Tillies and Henderson, with each having its own pedestrian entrances onto Abercorn Road, Foyle Road and Tillies Brae. So this is the Henderson building elevation, which fronts onto Foyle Road, and 35 apartments are proposed within this building. This will include 27 two-bed and 8 one-bed units fronting onto Foyle Road. This is the elevation onto Abercorn Road, and this is the Abercorn building, in which there will be 59 apartments, which includes 45 two-bed and 14 one-bed. This is the elevation of the Tillies building onto Tillies Brae, which would have 37 apartments, comprising of 34 two-bed and 3 one-bed apartments. This is the Riverview elevation from the existing play park. And this is just to show you the community facilities and the communal external amenity space. There will be 229 metres squared floor space of communal space at level 1 within the Tillies building. This provides a meeting area, gym, cafe, library and hair salon. There will be direct access from Tillies Brae via a stairwell and lift to access these facilities. An external shared communal courtyard is located between the buildings, which can be accessed from each of the buildings for the residents of the proposed apartments. This is a typical floor plan showing the upper level apartments. And this is the cross section from Abercorn Road through the building onto Foyle Road. And you will note from the cross section that the building will be 5-storey in height at Abercorn Road, and then 8-storey, which includes a level 0 car park onto Foyle Road. This elevation is to show the staircase design which is proposed on the Tillies building. It is proposed that a decorative metal staircase would be located on the Tillies building. The design and access statement submitted advises that it is envisioned that in the future this will encompass a statue to the factory girls. The staircase will connect the Tillies building with the railings on Craigavon Bridge. The intention is to replicate the original staircase that was an iconic feature of this old factory building. As Craigavon Bridge is a listed structure, listed building consent has also been applied for the connection of the staircase to the bridge. So in terms of the policy assessment. This slide is just to show you the site's location in terms of the Dairy Area Plan. As per the Dairy Area Plan, the site is located on unzoned land. It is located inside the commercial core. It is within the central area and is also in a designated flat and apartment zone, and it is located within the historic city conservation area. Apartment development is acceptable in designated flat and apartment zones under policy Hatch 5 of the Dairy Area Plan. This is just to show you the site's location in the historic city conservation area, and the site is located just at the lower end of the slide there within inside the red line. So in terms of policy BE1 urban design, this considers the impacts of the height, scale, form and massing. Officers consider that the scale, massing and height are appropriate in the context of the site and the character of the area and the conservation area under policy BE4. The agent has provided 3D massing plans of the proposal, and this slide will show you the 3D massing plan from Abercorn Road of the Abercorn building and the Tilly's building proposed. This is the 3D massing plan of the Abercorn building on Abercorn Road and the Henderson building on Foyle Road. This is the massing study from Foyle Road and Tilly's Bray. This is the contextual elevation, view 1 of the proposed building in the context of Foyle Valley Railway Museum and Craigavon Bridge. This is a contextual view of the proposed building from Carlisle Circus and in the context of the previous Robert Sinclair factory building. And this is a contextual view of the proposed building from Foyle Road. So in terms of the design and layout, this building is considered to be of a high standard of design, and the external finish is a red heritage brick on the external facades to public roads. The height is similar on Abercorn Road to the Abercorn factory building. Careful consideration has been given to this key gateway site, and the design has been reviewed by both Historic Environment Division and the Ministerial Advisory Group. This proposal would comply with BE1 of the Dairy Area Plan. The impacts of the design, scale, proportions, height and materials on the historic city conservation area has also been carefully considered. The step terrace pattern of the street in the conservation area is respected, and the proposals would not block the views of the historic city, and therefore the proposal would comply with BE4 of the Dairy Area Plan and BH12 of PPS 6. In terms of the design and layout, the layout, scale, density, access, provision of internal and external communal areas are appropriate for the characteristics of the site and its location. Sewage and land drainage have been considered, and evidence has been provided of consent to discharge stormwater to River Foyle and NI Water following evidence that lawful development had commenced on the previous hotel approval on the site. Consider now that a solution to the capacity network issues can be agreed, subject to conditions for the agreement of a drainage strategy for Foyle and storm sewerage. The proposal therefore complies with policy Hatch 1 of the Dairy Area Plan and also meets the criteria of QD1 of PPS 7 in that a quality residential environment can be achieved. The density and pattern of linear development fronting onto the public roads is acceptable, and the apartment sizes proposed meet the standards as set out in policy LC1 of the addendum to PPS 7. So this slide is just to show you the communal external amenity space. As advised, there will be internal community space in the form of a cafe, gym, library. The external communal courtyard is located between the Henderson, Tilly's and Abercorn building and consists of a grassed and terraced paving area of 507 square metres. This exceeds the 10% requirement of open space required by policy. There is also a connection provided from within the external communal space to the Riverview Play Park. A green roof is also proposed on Tilly's building, and the proposal is considered to comply with Hatch 2 of the Dairy Area Plan and also policy OS2 of PPS 8. So this slide just is to show the car park plan, which is located on level 0. The car parking is proposed for the application site. The site is located in Zone A as it is within the commercial core of the city, and therefore only operational car parking, which is servicing and essential operations, are normally only required. This proposal provides for 44 car parking spaces in an undercroft car park accessed from Foyle Road. 2 spaces are provided for visiting healthcare professionals. Bicycle provision is also located within the car park, which will promote sustainable modes of transport. The site is also within walking distance to the city centre, nearby shops, the bus station and railway station. Nearby parking also exists at existing car parks at Foyle Valley Railway, Foyle Road, Foyle Street and Carlisle Road. A travel plan was submitted as part of the application to encourage the use of alternative modes of transport and will be implemented by a travel plan coordinator. DFA roads require a condition that a final travel plan would be submitted for agreement with council. The parking is considered acceptable and complies with policy TR5 of the Derry Area Plan and PPS3. This proposal will also provide a puffin crossing at Abercorn Road, which is a signalised pedestrian crossing, and a condition is proposed from DFA Roads that the final design would be agreed and implemented prior to the occupation of the development. So in terms of servicing, service laybys are provided on both Abercorn Road and Foyle Road. The lay-by on Foyle Road will be used for refuse vehicles and larger vehicles, and the lay-by on Abercorn Road would be used for set down and pick-up or postal deliveries. The site will be serviced by gas, so there will be no oil deliveries to the site. Bins will be collected at Foyle Road, and a service management plan has been submitted. Within that, it advises that a warden would be responsible for ensuring that the service management plan is complied with. A final service management plan would be conditioned to be submitted for agreement prior to the occupation of the development. So that slide just shows you the general access arrangements and the lay-by at Foyle Road. And this shows the general lay-by arrangement at Abercorn Road and also includes the puffin crossing detail. So geotechnical certification will be required for both temporary and permanent works to facilitate this development, as the site bounds 3 adopted roads. DFA Roads has provided negative conditions which must be discharged prior to commencement of the development. The structure over Tilly's Brae would also require technical approval, and a licence would need to be entered into to allow its erection over a public road. Traffic management will be required during the construction period and will have to be agreed with DFI traffic section. But the proposal complies with PPS3 and the Derry Area Plan, subject to conditions. So in considering the impacts on built heritage, the site is in close proximity to a number of listed buildings. The Historic Environment Division considered the proposals, including the design, height and massing, and also considered the design of the previous planning approval and the height of the hotel permission. The design, finished materials, the finer detailing, including the depths of window reveals and brick detailing, are all welcomed by HED. A brick sample was provided to council, and officers are content to condition that the brick would be heritage brick. The provision of the metal staircase linked to Craigavon Bridge, which is a listed structure, has also been considered, and listed building consent has also been applied for in a parallel application. It is envisaged that this will encompass a statue to the factory gears in the future, and the intention was to replicate the original staircase that was an iconic feature of the factory building. The proposal therefore complies with BE2 of the Derry Area Plan and BH11 of PPS6. Officers have also considered the impact of flood risk, and the site is located in the 1 in 200 year coastal floodplain. Officers consider that an exception to FLD1 has been met and that the proposal is not dependent on new coastal flood defences and is not in an area of coastal erosion or land instability. Additionally, it should be noted that this is a previously developed brownfield site. A flood risk assessment, addendum and drainage assessment have been submitted. The 2 apartments at ground floor level have been raised so that the finished floor level is out of the coastal floodplain. Flood resistance and resilient measures are recommended in the flood risk assessment and will be conditioned to be agreed and implemented in the development and construction stage, as will a flood management plan. A drainage assessment has been submitted which complies with FLD3 and evidence of consent to discharge to River Foyle granted by DFI Rivers. So the proposal complies with PPS 15. In considering natural heritage, the impacts on designated sites were considered by both DERA and SAS. There is an adequate buffer between the site and River Foyle, and SAS carried out an appropriate assessment. A solution to connecting the NI water infrastructure will be sought and conditions are provided from NI water in this regard. Other natural heritage interests have also been considered, and there is no evidence of protected or priority species or habitat on the site, and therefore the proposal complies with PPS2. So in summary, the proposal is acceptable and that it complies with all relevant planning policy and the Derry Area Plan. This is a previously developed brownfield site in the commercial core of the city. The former history of the site, the design of the former Tilly and Henderson factory site, the previous planning history and subsequent implementation of the hotel permission has informed the proposals for this key gateway site to the city. Design, scale, massing have been carefully considered in terms of the impacts on listed building and the conservation area and residential amenity. A quality residential environment can be achieved, and the proposal has had regard to flood risk, drainage, connection to NI water infrastructure and impacts on designated sites. All material considerations have been taken into account, including the representations, the design advice from MAG and the advice from the consultees, and the recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. We have no objectors wishing to speak, but we have a Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Martin wishing to speak on behalf of the applicant. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee on this planning application. Can you hear me?
Sir, thank you.
Yes, okay. Chair, I would simply propose to make a short opening statement, no more than a minute, and then simply make both myself and Mr. Martin available for any questions or any queries the councillors may have on the scheme, if that's acceptable. Chair, I've read the extensive planning committee report, which comprehensively covers all the planning issues. I note no objections from any of the statutory consultees to the proposal. We fully support the planning department's recommendation for approval subject to planning conditions. The applicant's option to purchase the site from the landowners time limited and lapses on the 30th of December 2021, and we're extremely grateful that the application is now on December's planning committee for approval. I also believe, Chair, that it's important that I, as a planning consultant, who often appears in front of the planning committee arguing against the recommendations of the planning committee, that I personally acknowledge and thank all the planning officers, Sarah Barrett, Rosie McMenamin, Andre McNee, and Maura Fox, for their hard work, help and assistance in processing and getting this application to this stage. Chair, I can talk all day about the importance of this site on a major gateway into the city centre. The shock, the dismay, the profound sense of loss I, and I think many other people in this city, felt after the original building was burnt and then demolished. How this proposal reflects the height, scale and massing of the original building, and it's a similar scale as the hotel approval on the application site. But in simply repeating much of what is in the planning committee report, or as already stated today by Sarah. Therefore, Chair, I'm simply here to support the recommendation to approve, to ask the councillors to also support the recommendation. I'm accompanied by Mr. Gary Martin, representing the Martin Group and the applicants, and we're making ourselves available to the planning committee to answer any queries or any questions that councillors may have on the scheme. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Have any of the members questions for Mr. Kennedy or Mr. Martin? Angela?
Thank you, Chair. And Matt and Gary, listen, I totally agree with your comments there, Matt. I too would like to echo Matt's comments there with regard to the actual comprehensive and thorough report that we just heard from Sarah. And I do know that looking at it from outside looking in, the amount of work and to detail that has been put into this plan, I can only commend it. So hats off to everybody involved in that. I do know, as a former factory worker, albeit not shirt factory, but Derry has been built on factories throughout, and Tully and Henderson is very close to a lot of people's hearts here within the city. So to have it replaced with the design and concept that we see in front of us today. 100% behind us, and to actually get a monument contributing to the fact that it was a factory, what dairy stood for within the shirt factory industry within dairy. I just, my hat's off to you, to the Martin brothers there for all that work has been put on. I do recognise what the objectors were objecting to, the traffic on Abercorn Road, but looking at this, Abercorn Road is pedestrian. The in and outs of the complex is pedestrianised there. It's more the Foyle Road and into underground parking. So I think that all the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted here. And look, really would like to commend everybody involved with this. 100% behind it. Thanks.
Councillor Dobbins, across to Alderman Hussey now.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the officers for the presentation, and to Matt and Gary for coming along on questions. Look, the whole concept is absolutely fantastic. The design in total keeping with, in my view, with what was there before and with adjacent buildings to it. Everything is okay, but I still have this thing in the back of my mind. 131 apartments, plus cafe, library, gym, hair salon, car parking. I know it falls within the planning requirements for a Zone A application, but can you do anything to allay concerns that I would have as to the parking issue? I know our area has lower car ownership than many other areas throughout Northern Ireland, but we have the residential parking for, and I mean there will be quite a few of those 131 apartments will have cars. We have the business traffic associated with the cafe, the library, the gym, the hair salon. It's fantastic. It's just that niggle that I have, and what can you do to allay that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for your query. It's an issue that we have considered in some detail. We've got 44 parking spaces for 131 apartments, which is about one space for every 3 apartments in the scheme. But on top of that, we also have a long lay-by along the side of Abercorn Road, which allows motorists to pull in, drop off, pick up, and drive off without blocking traffic, through traffic, or causing any congestion. As well as that, we've also got a long lay-by along the Foyle Road frontage too, which provides similar benefits. We're also located directly opposite the Foyle Valley public car park, and a short walk from the Foyle Road public car parks. And these could all potentially deal with any overspill parking from this scheme, if there was any. However, apartments like these generally generate off-peak parking requirements, between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. These car parks are generally busiest during working hours between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we would argue that this parking is off-peak rather than the peak times for people who are using the city centre either for employment or shopping, or are parking in these car parks. The traffic impact assessment that we had got done for the proposal actually indicates that we're generating significantly less traffic than the previous hotel on the site. The applicant is proposing extensive bike storage, electric charging points, and potentially a car sharing club for local residents. And what we were also what we also considered, Councillor, at the time was, certainly from our point of view, if we're trying to sell apartments, if we can provide car parking, and if we could provide a car park for every space, it's certainly a selling point for us. The difficulty for us is that would actually require the building of a multi-storey car park on the lower half of the site. And, in terms of carrying out an extensive development such as this inside a conservation area adjacent to listed building, we thought it was simply better to sort of do the development as we have done, with a limited but significant amount of car parking provided on site, and also ample car parking provided elsewhere. So I think from our point of view, what we've tried to do is we haven't provided parking for every apartment, but we've tried to provide the necessary amount of parking that you would expect in a city centre location such as this.
Donald, your question there, Alderman Hussey?
It does. That's the answer I expected, Matt, to be honest. Given the circumstances, etc., it would have been lovely if 2 floors of parking had been available. But sincere congratulations on design and everything else. I think when it's up, it will be a benefit to that particular gateway entrance to the city. It's that thing about the car parking that does worry me, but it doesn't worry me enough not to support the application. But I have expressed my concern. Thanks, Matt and Gary.
Thanks,
Alderman McClintock.
Chair, for letting me in. And Matt, like others, I want to congratulate you on what is a first class project here. It's just absolutely fantastic to see this site that we've waited for to be regenerated for such a long time, and it's just great to see this. And I think that you have made every effort to make this application in keeping with what was there before, and with the building in the corner of Abercorn Road, Wapping Lane as well. I think that they fit in very well together. I suppose Alderman Hussey got there before me, of course, like others. I'm sure I'm concerned about the car parking, but to use Derek's words there at what he said at the end, it doesn't worry me enough to not support the application, because I think the application is fantastic. I suppose what I would my thinking would be that you would have a lot of young professionals probably who would maybe be looking for this city centre living, and it will help to revitalise our city centre. But I suppose at the same time, those are people who may well have cars, and I can understand the predicament you're in. And I don't know whether there's any way that there can be some arrangement made within the travel plans for particular access to the car parks on Foyle Road, whether that is considered, or whether it's just a case of a free-for-all, or whether there can be an area there, maybe that there could be some negotiations about an area for this particular development. I suppose just one wee question, and it's probably a minor one really, but I know the car parking within the application site is from Foyle Road, and I see that there is pedestrian access from Abercorn Road, and I think possibly from the Tillysbrae side as well. I'm just wondering, will that be like a gated access, or would it be a free-for-all that anybody could wander in around the complex? That's really the only question, but you're to be congratulated on what is a fantastic application.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. No, I think what we'll have is it'll be the normal apartment development arrangement where there'll be a fob or a key card of some situation. There'll be no sort of wandering through the apartments. If anybody is a visitor, they come along and they'll use the intercom and they'll contact people in the apartments, and they'll be let in by the use of the intercom system. But no, it'll certainly not be. That's one thing that we'd like to ensure, that use of the building is kept to people who reside within the building or have a legitimate reason to be in the building.
Councillor Logue, my apologies for allowing Hilary to get in front of you there. If you wish to go ahead now, my apologies there. Patricia? I think Patricia's having problems getting on there. Councillor Boyle, if you wish to come in now.
Thanks for that, Chair. Actually, I was going to point out that Councillor Logue had indicated earlier on to speak. Hopefully she'll be able to get back onto the call. not unusual, as we all have experienced over the last while with the Zoom calls and the WebEx meetings and losing people. Just to say, Chair, thank you to Matt and thank you to Gary as well for coming along this afternoon to provide the opportunity to answer questions. As I'm sure we all appreciate, it's a very extensive report, significant amount of time, effort, and indeed, I would imagine from the developers, money has gone into the development of this apartment complex. It's not only an apartment complex. I think it's another thing we need to note. There are other ancillary uses contained within the plan, hairdressers, etc., library. Can I just again, like other colleagues on the call, congratulate the imagination that has been applied to it. I welcome the fact that the Ministerial Advice Group were also able to engage with the developer on this particular occasion, because we all understand and appreciate the significance of this site, the loss of the iconic Tilly's factory, and the tragedy that was of its time, because it was of a particular, I considered it quite a beautiful structure. But we are where we are, and subsequently it had to be torn down for safety reasons, as we all know, long history with it. And you know, over a period of time, there's been great frustration right across the city and probably beyond here at the fact that the site has lain vacant for such a very long, prolonged period of time. Just to remark, Matt, I'm particularly pleased to see the reinstatement of the stairs, the steps that lead up from Carlisle Circus up and to the building. I remember those stairs myself very well. In fact, I was often up and down them. Those of particular vintage, Matt, you probably included.
Yes,
I remember there was a snooker club on there back in the 80s.
Leisureway.
Yeah, the old Leisureway. And so I remember going up and down with my queues many a day. So I'm glad to see those back. Look, any questions I had, you've kind of answered, and they were again similar to what Alderman Hussey brought up, and that was, you know, the concerns that local residents do have around access, movement, and very significantly parking. But again, you've already answered that. It was the answer that I would have similarly expected. There do appear to be ample car parking opportunities in the two very nearby car parks, plus the 44 in Courtledge parking spaces that you're providing. And I also note in the plans that the two laybys there are going to be provided for the vital pick up and drop off, particularly in this day and age when, you know, you have so many delivery vehicles turning up outside houses and all manner. I expect that's going to continue into the future. That's not going to change. That is now going to be part of people's habits. And much and all as I would like to see shopping habits concentrated in and around our city centre, I also see that the provision of apartment spaces like this provides for that opportunity, because the people who live here will be using the shops, the cafes, the restaurants, the bars, and all of the other businesses that are running around the city centre. And similar to Alderman McClintock as well, just to add, I would imagine that this building would be particularly attractive to young professionals who do want to live in the city centre, work in the city centre, and commute easily to other workplaces in the city centre. So to congratulate you, to thank you for coming in. You've answered the car parking query that I would have had, and so that is all I want to say on it. And just to advise that when it comes to it, when we come to a vote, I will be supporting this proposal to go forward as presented by our officers. And again, thanks to all of them for their input into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Councillor Logue, are you back on? Is Councillor Logue back on again? I don't see Councillor Logue. Over to you, Councillor Jackson.
Okay, thanks, Chair. And I just want to thank Matt and Gary as well for not only coming to speak to the committee, but for what is a very quality application. And I want to extend that thanks to the officers as well who have been working on it. One of the things that I had seen in it, this was an application that had particular interest in because of how iconic the building, the old building was. It was a building that we all grew up becoming used to, and it was a tragedy to see that building being demolished. But the application that's in front of us now shows us the value of that ministerial advisory group, and they be able to present an application of such high quality will be a benefit to the overall city and that landscape picture. One of and it's not only the initial appearance that is of high quality. Whenever I was very surprised to see that the 10% of open space was able to be achieved, despite being in a location within the central commercial core. That's something that's it's particularly welcome. But it was surprising, and it shows, I suppose, the imagination of the architects that were working on it. So I want to congratulate everyone. Now, there are the obvious concerns around access, movement, and parking, but there's also very serious concerns along the Foyle Road around flooding and surface water flooding.
Yeah.
And I know as we speak, we've just experienced flooding events, albeit further up the Foyle Road last night. Matt, has there been any consideration given to any flood defences or any steps to mitigate against, I suppose, climate change and the increased risk of flooding that we're going to experience over the coming years?
Yes, thank you, Christopher, for the question. Christopher, yes, there was a drainage assessment carried out for this application, and there was a number of amendments made just to sort of look at the issue of flooding and also to take into account how the building could be designed to be resilient in cases of, in particular circumstances where there could be flooding. So the building has been designed to be outside the floodplain, but it also has been designed to be flood resistant, and there's detailed design modifications made to the building to ensure that if a flooding event does occur, that there is protections built in place within the building to ensure that people are protected and property and persons are defended. So the answer is yes. It has been taken into account. It has been considered, Christopher.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that.
We have any more questions for Matt from the floor? Okay, I see nothing in the chat box and don't have anybody cutting in. Questions to the officers. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor John Boyd, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and I think all's been said that needs to be said in relation to this. It was a very comprehensive report provided by the officer, and any questions I think that we all had have been answered. So without prolonging the agony for the developers and indeed those who are perhaps watching online, Chair, I will propose that the officer recommendation to approve this very significant development in our city centre goes ahead, and so therefore that is my proposal that we approve. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyd. We also have a seconder there, which is Councillor Dobbins. So the proposal is to accept the recommendation from the officers. Do we have any dissenting voices, or can we take that as unanimous? Okay, I see no objections in the chat box and no one's come in to speak. So that is a unanimous decision. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we're going to move on to the next one, which is Sarah's going to take us through again and it's LA 1120210603 LBC. And we have two speakers again, Matt and Gary. Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item 6, LA 11-2021-0603 LBC. This proposal is for the connection of the metal stairs to existing gates on the listed Craigavon Bridge. The site is the former Tully and Henderson factory site, bounded by Abercorn Road, Tully's Brae and Foyle Road, and the recommendation is to approve. So this is the site location plan and aerial photograph. The site, as stated, is the former Tully and Henderson factory site. This is the photograph of the former factory site, factory building on the former site. This is photographs from the internet of the former Tully and Henderson building, with also the photograph of the stair connection to Craigavon Bridge. And this is a picture taken from the internet of the former stair connection over Tully's Brae from the former Tully and Henderson building. So 5 petitions of objection were received with 315 signatures. These objections had both reference numbers for the full planning application LA 11-2021-0604F and also this LBC reference number. The issues raised in the objection petition relate to the planning related concerns and are not specific to the listed building consent. Therefore, the objections were considered in detail and assessed as part of the associated full planning application. In terms of consultations, Historic Environment Division Historic Buildings considered the impacts of the proposal on the listed buildings and on the basis of the information provided have no objections subject to a condition requiring that prior to commencement of works on site that HED are provided with a methodology statement and details of how the reinforced concrete pad is to be inserted into Craigavon Bridge so as not to impact the finely dressed granite pier screen wall. And this is required to ensure that the works are given appropriate consideration and are of a quality so as not to be detrimental to the spatial, architectural or historic interests of the listed structure's fabric. So this is the proposed elevation of the Tully's building with the proposed staircase detail linking to Craigavon Bridge. This proposal is for the connection of the decorative metal stairs to the existing gates on the listed Craigavon Bridge, and therefore listed buildings consent is required for these works. The design and access statement advised that it is envisioned in the future that it will encompass a statue of the factory girls on it, and the intention is to replicate the original staircase that was an iconic feature of the old factory building. As Craigavon Bridge is a listed structure, listed building consent is required for its connection to the bridge. So in terms of plan and policy assessment, Policy BE2 listed buildings of the Derry Area Plan and Policy BH8 of PPS 6, which is for the extension or alteration of a listed building, have been considered. The proposed works for which this listed building consent is applied for is for the connection of the metal stairs to the existing gates on listed Craigavon Bridge. HED have welcomed the repair and refurbishment of the existing pedestrian gate situated on the Craigavon Bridge at the landing point of the new staircase. These works will not adversely affect the setting of the listed Craigavon Bridge or its character and setting, which are retained. Overall, the reinstatement of the stairs, which were originally found on the former Tully and Henderson building as proposed, will not have an impact on the setting of the listed structure or any other listed buildings in the vicinity. Therefore, the recommendation is to grant listed building consent. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sarah. We have 2 speakers. Matt and Gary, would you like to speak, gentlemen?
Yes, Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak again on the application. Chair, we thought, in discussions with Planning Department, in discussions with Historic Environment Division, and in discussions with MAG, it was felt important that we pay some degree of homage to the previous building that was there on site when we were carrying out the new development. One of the things that we discussed, and one of the things that the applicant has been able to do, is he's been able to track back and purchase the original company for Tilly and Henderson's, and he's bought the name of Tilly and Henderson's. So what we're going to do is that's going to be replicated on the building. We're going to have the Tilly and Henderson name on the building, and he's bought the rights to that. So that's one of the ways that the original building is going to be sort of remembered, and some degree of respect is being paid in the new building. Another way that we thought that we should try and sort of pay some homage is to sort of replicate the iconic staircase, just out of the shirt factory onto the Carlisle Circus, because that's a very important staircase. It embraces so many memories of so many people who have worked in that shirt factory over the years. We've actually discussed with the sculptor, one of the local sculptors in the town, and he has prepared plans, and he's putting forward plans and detailed sketches which he has prepared for a number of statues for factory girls to go in that staircase. And one of the other intentions is that the names of people who have worked within the factory over the many years would be actually sort of replicated on that staircase too, as well as a sort of historic homage to the girls who worked in that factory over the many years. So those are two of the ways that we're trying to embody and sort of pay homage to the previous building and to the previous people who worked in the factory. And we thought that that was important, that that should be done. And we're hopefully, if we get approval here today, we're going to move forward with that. And hopefully there should be an application within a short period of time for those statues. I don't have anything further, Chair, unless there's any questions or any queries from any of the councillors.
Councillor Angela Dobbins, she wants to come in.
Yes, Chair, and thank you. Matt, you're in your element twice in one day. You used the word homage and respect and iconic. How very fitting, because this staircase is exactly that. It is fitting not only to workers of Tilly's, but to every factory worker in Derry, because that's, as I said on the last application, that's what Derry was built on when there was no work for the men of our city. The women and men worked in the factories, and that staircase is engraved in history. It has always been referenced to. Whether they're talking about Tilly's or not, they're always saying we went down the staircase, you know, with wage packets in our hands. So no matter what factory you worked in, that's the staircase, and leaving it on a Friday with a wage packet is just etched into everybody's brain who has worked and has a family worked within factories. As I said before, once again, totally commend the thought and process, and obviously the funding, money wise, that has gone on behind doing this. So hats off to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
Thanks. Welcome back, Matt and Gary. Like John, I'm of that generation that actually remembered the stairs. Now, I didn't go up and down them, but I remember those stairs. There was also an additional sort of footbridge at level footbridge. Was that ever considered as something that would be reinstated with the new building? And as Councillor Dobbins has said there, it's absolutely tremendous that something iconic is being reinstated on that particular location. Thank you.
Yes, Derek. Derek, that was considered as part and parcel of the application process, but I think we had a number of difficulties with DFI rules just in relation to that. The staircase that we're putting in is architectural and monumental, rather than being a functioning staircase. And really what we're going to do is we're going to use that as a sort of plinth almost to provide the factory girls statues. So it won't actually perform or actually operate as a functional staircase. The bridge across caused so much difficulties with the DFI roads that it was it was put to one side, unfortunately. So yes, we did consider it, but we couldn't complete it, or we couldn't provide it.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to Matt? Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll be very brief. And again, at the risk of repeating myself, but I just want to congratulate yourselves on this application as well, because it certainly improves and adds to the application that we've just heard from, or we've just passed. The Tully and Henderson building, I suppose one of the most memorable pieces of that building is the staircase, and that's and it just wouldn't be the same if the staircase wasn't there. And I appreciate the challenges that would be associated with connecting to a listed building such as the bridge. So it wouldn't have been easy, and I can understand the difficulties that are around that. But I want to congratulate you for taking that step and going to that extra effort. They using your own words, they pay homage to the whole
I
previous
love a
building.
cafe. I'm going to propose this to.
Right. So we've so no, just again, I want to congratulate you, and I'll await. I'm happy to support Angela's proposal whenever it comes about. Thank you.
Angela, could you just hang on a wee second there? Alderman Hilary McClintock would like to come in, please.
Thanks, Chair. And I know we're at questions. I don't have a question. Just want to be associated with all those remarks. I mean, it's just fantastic if the staircases get in. I'm from the area that when I went to primary school, I would pass that building every day of the week. So it has memories for me as well. But just wanted to be associated with all the positive remarks. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Hilary. I think it's important. It's important for me to point out that, I'm getting a lot of the credit here, but most of the credit has to go to the architect, John Bradley, a local dairyman, local architect, knows the site, born not a stone's throw from this site, and has put extensive work and extensive hard graft into sort of providing a good quality scheme on this site. He has personal connections with the factory as well, and he wants to do as good a scheme as he can on it. So I think it'd be important that I sort of acknowledge John Bradley's work in terms of the design, and in terms of the negotiations and the liaison with the planning department, HED, MAG, and Historic Buildings Council too as well.
And I'd just like to say that it's fantastic the way you're doing it, and it will become an iconic building in itself, I think. With the staircase and all attached, it looks fantastic. It's going to be fantastic. I have Councillor John Boy wishing to speak. John.
Yeah, well, look, Chair, I've said all I needed to say, really, but I think it appropriate that Matt pay tribute to the work of John Bradley in this. It's, funnily enough, ironically enough, it's not often we hear the actual architects get mentions in the planning committee, and so I would just like to extend my hearty congratulations to John Bradley and his team for bringing this forward and being so thoughtful around it. And actually, I'm sure he, as a very local man, as Matt says, living in and around that vicinity, he can be rightly proud of it whenever he drives past it or walks past it in years to come. And so again, thanks to John, thanks to his team, and again, thank you to Matt and Gary. I believe there's a proposal coming on the floor, Chair, so I'll move on. Thank you.
Here, John, your comments, sir. Is there any questions for the officer?
Chair Chancellor here. Chair, I do apologise that I hadn't realised that my mic was on earlier, and I have put it on the chat box. I would like to. I don't have any questions, and if there is no questions for the officers, I would like to propose that we accept the officers' recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Angela. Do we have a seconder there, please? I didn't see on the chat box.
Second, Chair, Sean Mooney.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay, so the proposal is to accept the officer's decision. If you have any objections, please put it in the chat box or speak up now or forever hold your peace. Okay, I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you very much. And back to you, Sarah, again. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So item 7 is LA 11 2021 0615 DCA, and this is proposal is for the demolition of the remaining wall adjacent to Riverview Play Park. Again, the site is the former Chile and Henderson factory site, and the recommendation is to approve. So that's the site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. And this is a map showing the conservation area boundary. What the site is located just at the bottom part of the screen there within the red line boundary in the conservation area. So as the application site is located in the historic city conservation area, consent is normally required for the total or substantial demolition of a building. This proposal is to demolish the remaining wall of the former Chile and Henderson factory building located on the western boundary of the site adjacent to Riverview Park. This demolition is required to enable construction of the new build as proposed under application LA 11 2021 0604F along this boundary. Consent is required for demolition of unlisted buildings in a conservation area, and this site was delisted on the 11th of June 2007, and therefore conservation area consent is required. So in terms of consultations, no consultations were required for the consent to demolish the boundary wall with Riverview Park. However, as part of consideration of the associated full application, DFI Roads advised that a portion of the wall is considered a highway structure retaining wall, which therefore requires technical approval, and this was considered as part of the full application and conditioned as part of the full application. Officers have considered the relevant planning policy, which is the Dairy Area Plan, PPS 6, and also considered the design guide for the historic city conservation area. Council will normally only permit the demolition of an unlisted building in a conservation area where the building makes no material contribution to the character or appearance of the area. The former Chile and Henderson factory building was substantially demolished following a fire in 2003. There only remains one partial wall of the former factory building in which consent is required for its demolition. This standalone wall on its own does not make any significant contribution to the conservation area. The proposed development associated with this consent application has been assessed in tandem with the conservation area consent application, and therefore the wider proposals for the site are known and understood. The replacement of this wall with the proposed new build development will benefit the appearance and character of the gap site and a key site within the conservation area and city. The proposal therefore complies with the SPPS, the Dairy Area Plan, and PPS 6, and officers' recommendation is to grant the demolition consent subject to conditions on the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Again, we have two speakers, which is Matt and Gary. Matt, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. All right.
Chair, what I was just going to simply say is
No,
we're
you're
just
okay,
here
Mike.
to answer any questions, any queries that
Yeah.
anybody has.
Okay. Have we any questions for Matt or Gary? Okay, we have no questions for you in the chat box, and it was indicated, Matt. I'm going to move on to questions for the officer from the floor. Have we any questions for the officer? No question, officer, and I see a proposal from Councillor John Boyd, and Angela seconded. Go ahead, John.
Well, that's it, Chair. No questions for either Matt or Gary or the officer. It's very evident that this has to happen for the full development to proceed. So I propose the item in front of us to accept the recommendation.
Okay, members, we have a proposal to accept the recommendation of the officer. Does anybody wish to object? Please show in the chat box or come in and speak, please. Okay, I see nothing in the chat box and no one's come in, so that's passed unanimously. Members, it's now 3 minutes past 6, and as per protocol, we're going to draw to a close and reconvene tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I'd just like to issue apologies to Mr. McKinley and Mr. Shields, who have had a bit of a wait. So that's it, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Cheers, Chair.